Subsidy removal, exchange rate, regulation may cause initial hardship. And that is coming from President-elect Bola Tinubu. Nigeria's economy, security problems, not peculiar, says the president, Muhammadu Buhari. A lot, of course, trended over the weekend, with major focus on a look at the 8 years of the President Buhari administration, where we had conversation yesterday on the political roundtable with Fuhad Sahid, Joseph Folonsho, and Nuruddin Adegbenro. Okay, we'll be looking through the papers as usual, but of course the major trending story across all the papers this morning is expectations, high expectations, if I may add, as we inaugurate the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is a good day for all Nigerians. The fact that we have been having, a consistent cycle of democracy, since, handover of power from the military to our first democratically elected president in person of Olusegun Obasanjo. And it promises to be an interesting one today. But before then, let's say good morning to Fuhad Sahid. Good morning, Fuhad.
Yeah, good morning, Sandra, and happy inauguration day to all Nigerians.
That is so Yoruba. That's so Yoruba. I was saying this one. I wanted to go first. I wanted to say a cool inauguration.
Inauguration.
I wanted to go first, but you beat me to it. All right, but congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to Nigeria. There's so many tension that has built up to this moment, don't you think?
Oh, yes, of course. But it is what it is. Today is the day.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we're going to have a brand new president. The person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's going to be sworn in today in Abuja. And of course, we're also going to have brand new
governors. Yeah, and about 17.
About 17 of them. I think in a number of returning governors in different states of the country. I think one of the papers picked the words from my mouth. The way I've been saying it in the last almost 2-3 weeks or so. That I'm cautiously optimistic about the prospect of this new president and the governors that are coming in. I'm optimistic because with a lot of caution.
Well, what are your expectations? Because yesterday you were on the other side of the table. You couldn't, voice your own. You couldn't properly analyze the situation. So, what are your own expectations, and what makes you, what's with the caution?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
All right. So I know that yesterday on Political Roundtable, the conversation was heavy upon, expectations of people as regards the incoming administration. And here I'm hearing now, because you were on the other side of the table yesterday, so you couldn't really give so much input. But now I would like to ask you, Fuad, what are your expectations, and why do you have that caution at the back of your head? All right. Well, I guess we'll have to have that conversation later on. Just as mentioned earlier, you're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. This is Trends in the Papers. However, this is the inauguration coverage edition. We'll be going live on the inauguration by 9 a.m. So stay tuned. We'll be connecting live to Abuja. We'll be connecting live to Lagos. We have our reporters on ground already. We have Okpeyemi Akinyode, who's the head of our political desk. We'll be going live at TBS. We also have Kunle Daniel, also known as Jaydan. We also have Eric Lemibe, who would also be going live. We also have Joseph Folonsho, who would be going live for us at the Lagos inauguration. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll be having them joining in a few minutes to give us, on-ground information or assessment of what is going on at TBS as we inaugurate Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his second term in office. Then much later on, we connect to Abuja for the presidential inauguration, as all eyes around the world is on Nigeria. Very, very important, very, very important day for us all. All right, so we have quite the papers this morning are quite voluminous, with a lot of congratulatory felicitation messages to the president-elect. Yes, to the president-elect as he becomes the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It cuts across all papers actually, so the papers might actually be, a bit heavier than usual. Okay, so I will start with the Punch newspaper. The major headline there says, Tinubu takes oath as president. Nigerians demand quick actions. And then we have riders to that. Private sector demands blueprints on economy and fuel subsidy. Don't pity me. I asked for the job. I won't give excuses, says the president-elect himself. Tinubu worked hard to be elected president, says Buhari. So that's, three different riders that we're going to be looking at this morning. I'll start with the don't pity me, I asked for the job, I won't give excuses scenario from the president-elect himself. So there have been conversations that, oh no, there were traps that are being set for the incoming administration. There are also conversations that, oh no, the current administration is leaving quite a burden for the incoming administration. A lot of people say, oh no, I wouldn't want to be in the president-elect's shoes at this time, because what he is going to be, taking on is a lot, actually. But then the president-elect himself is saying, oh, don't pity me. I asked for the job and I won't give excuses. Forward back to you. What are your expectations?
Yes. Well, my expectations are high. But of course, those are expectations wrapped in a lot of caution. I'm actually cautioning myself about some of these expectations. And I don't think you're going to blame me or other Nigerians that is out there that is cautiously optimistic about the prospect of this new government. Because again, the experience in the last 8 years, and by extension the last 24 years of return to democracy in Nigeria, has taught a lot of us a lot of lessons that, look, when politicians make promises like this, we have to be careful and see them implement those policies before we begin to celebrate. Now, on my expectations, and the rider that you just read out on this particular headline, I think we need to first affirm it. Actually, Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president does not have any room for excuses. If you remember, when the APC and President Muhammadu Buhari came in 2015, there was that room for a lot of excuses about what the PDP had done in the last 16 years. Oh, the conversation was, things have been spoiled for 15 years. Oh, it's not easy to repair what has been damaged of 15 years. They've done this. So it was always a blame game. And I think the blame game ran for the first 4 years of President Muhammadu Buhari. And to a great extent, there were people that thought, yes, there were valid reasons for them to continue to blame the PDP for what they did in 15 years. But here we are, it's 8 years of the APC government. And then, of course, we have a transition to another APC government where Ashwaji will be sworn in as president. And I must say that, look, the mood of the country does not even give him room for any excuses. There's nobody to blame now. And I like the fact that he's acknowledging the fact that, look, don't pity me, I demanded for the job. I like that part of it because it's clear that he understands the challenges, he understands the enormity of the problem before seeking for the job. Now he has the job. In fact, it's a lifetime ambition for him. So when we think that, look, he understands the problem, he has a blueprint on how to solve the problem. On my expectations, the first thing will be, look, the attention he pays to details in terms of his appointment. Because more than ever before, we need a lot of bright minds to occupy public positions in this country. I must say that one of the biggest disappointments of the Buhari era was that you found a lot of square pegs in round holes in his government. A lot of people that were not supposed to even be in positions of authority, occupying positions and disrupting and causing all manner of chaos in the administration. I'm sorry, one of them would have to be the Attorney General of the Federation. That was a man I can say with all my mouth was not fit for that position. And his achievements and the things he did in office were clear, indication to the fact that he needed not to have been appointed in the first place as Attorney General. He was bereft of ideas. He was so disruptive. A lot of corruption cases hanging on him, too many controversies around him. So I'm expecting to see the kinds of appointments the president-elect, when he's sworn in today, would make. And that will give a clear idea where we are headed towards. Starting from the secretary to the government, the chief of staff, and his kitchen cabinet, the ministers, who is going to be the minister of finance, who is going to be in charge of the economy, who is going to be running the power ministry, what is going to happen to the petroleum ministry, those are key issues for me. And the kinds of appointments we make to those ministries would give us a clear idea where we are headed towards. So I want to say that, look, I want to keep my expectations low as much as possible. Like some of the callers said yesterday, it is better to lower your expectations so that you are not disappointed. And then it comes with a good performance, and then you say, well, I wasn't expecting so much, but now he has given a lot. So I want to keep my expectations low, but I believe in his capacity. Look, this is the first president that we must say is a thoroughbred politician. For the first time, we're having somebody who was a former senator, a former governor, becoming a president. So he understands the game, he understands legislative policy, he understands governance at the state level, he understands the attitude of politicians, he understands the problems of Nigeria. The only thing we are praying for is for him to have the willpower to do the right thing at all times.
Thank you very much, Fuad Sahid. Appreciate that. Now, but then, what would you say about the president himself, who said that, or in an attempt to defend his administration's policies, saying that his policies brought temporary pain and suffering to millions of Nigerians, which said at the end of the day it yielded the desired results.
What policies? It would have been nice for him to come clear on his policies that brought temporary pain on Nigerians and has eventually paid off. I like details. I'm a person of details. So when politicians or the president is paid and is making statements like this, it would have been nice for him to enumerate the issues properly, so we know what he's talking about really. Because again, his scorecard is out there. Today I was reading the scorecard of the outgoing president, what he has been able to do. And I find a long list of achievements. And most of them were majorly about road construction, the fact that he was able to bring up a lot of universities. I think there's a long list of new universities that was commissioned under this particular president, outgoing president. There's also a long list of roads that were fixed, and of course the rail lines and all of that. But Sandra, we keep saying these things. Look, we have a lot of public universities as we speak. And now you have commissioned several public universities again under your administration. But the ones we have, what is the condition of those ones that we have already? To start with, if we are going to see this as an achievement. And look, you commissioned a lot of universities, and for 8 months, our public universities were shut down. Would you consider that an achievement? You were able to build so many roads, but on those roads, Nigerians cannot even travel freely on them. For fear of nothing. A relative recently traveled that, and now he has been robbed. And every day Nigerians give tales of robbery, kidnapping on our highways. So whatever he's able to achieve in terms of infrastructure, became a non-issue as a result of the high level of education across the country. He talked about rice revolution and agricultural revolution and all of support to farmers. But these same farmers cannot even go to their farms for fear of kidnapping and all of that. In Niger State, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, as you see, you have farmers paying bandits to be able to access their farm. It is still a situation that nothing has been done about. So, look, whatever he said about temporary pay, or maybe he's talking about the last one that he did, the cashless policy or the cash redesign policy. That was not a temporary pay. As I speak to you, there are still a lot of businesses that have suffered from that needless policy. And some of those businesses did not even recover. Some Nigerians died as a result of that needless policy. So, honestly, I think President Muhammadu Buhari should look at himself and do what I can call a self-appraisal of what he has been able to achieve in 8 years. And I must say that, look, Sandra, every other person can lie to you. You can never lie to yourself. That's one reality about life. And if everything deceives you, your conscience can never deceive you. I'm sure that in the inner mind of the outgoing president, in this inner mind, I'm sure that in his mind he knows he failed a lot of Nigerians.
Well, he's apologizing, so I'm guessing there's something somewhere that is telling him so. Because we have here, I apologize for my difficult choices, my difficult choices that caused pains to Nigerians. Well, that's
those are not difficult choices, Sandra. You see, the reality is that, look, at several levels of governance, President Muhammadu Buhari showed lack of capacity at different levels. There's no glossing over it. Was it about not being able to appoint ministers? Was it about that the presidency was so much disorganized? Look, I must say that for the last 8 years, we had a disjointed, disorganized presidency, where in the same cabinet, you had the minister doing something, another minister doing something else. You had the president submitting names of appointees to the House, and in the same cabinet, you had somebody writing a letter to counter it. You had an attorney general that was completely distraught. You had a minister of education who just immediately confessed that when he was appointed, he knew nothing about what he was appointed to.
He didn't confess.
You had a president that was minister of petroleum. He said, okay, it's no confession. Okay, so I think but you know, so I must say that, look, beyond what we used to know about President Muhammadu Buhari as incorruptible, as somebody that has zero tolerance to corruption, the reality is that, look, the presidency in the last 8 years has showed that, look, it's not just about having the intention to do something right. You have the capacity to implement what you have in your mind. And I must say that, look, one of the things that was lacking in the last 8 years of this presidency was the lack of capacity to see things through when it comes to implementation of policy.
All right. Well, let's move on now to the Guardian newspaper. Just as I mentioned earlier, there's not so much story to get across all of the papers this morning, as all the papers have congratulatory messages to the president-elect. Let's move on now to the Guardian newspaper. The major headline there says, cautious optimism as Tinubu offers hope to weary Nigerians. I think we've already had a conversation around this, but what I want to take from the front page of the Guardian before we come back to, whether hope has been renewed or rekindled in the hearts of Nigerians, is this headline on the front page of the Guardian that says, operators fault Nigeria Air's launch without AOC and registration number. So yesterday, we were having a conversation around the Nigeria Air. That's another part of this administration that has been very interesting. A day, a few hours to, hand over to a new administration, and we're having conversations like this. The last seems not to have been heard of the controversial Nigeria Air launch by the outgoing administration, as fresh facts have shown that the national carrier has not been granted an air operator's certificate for official rollout. That's interesting.
Well, okay. Sandra, if there was one issue I think almost on a daily basis we talked about was this issue of Nigerian Air and the desperation of the outgoing Minister of Aviation, Adi Sirika, to ensure that, look, this Nigeria Air thing, comes to fruition. But the reality is this, and I think this is one issue that I think the incoming government would have to quickly attend to. Because I must say that what we saw, was it on Friday when the Nigeria airplane landed in Lagos? Is it Lagos or Abuja?
Abuja.
I'm trying to remember the day now.
It was on Friday.
And then it was on Friday. And then we had the water salute. Sandra, that was a complete show of shame. A complete show of shame. And not just a complete show of shame, a national embarrassment. What happened on that day is what it was not just a show of shame, Sandra, I repeat again, but a national embarrassment. That plane, basically what happened, in fact, there are also fraudulent tendencies to what happened on that Friday. Was basically we painting an Ethiopian airline plane in the colors of Nigeria Air and just presenting it as a facade to Nigerians that indeed we have a national carrier.
So Fuad, you are saying that we got a refurbished airplane?
No, refurbished is better. Refurbished, you change the engine, you change something. This one is just, you painted the body.
Wow. You
painted the body of Ethiopian Airlines and brought it to Nigeria as a facade. Is that what is called a national carrier? Is that how to achieve a national carrier, Sandra? And is that so for all intents and purposes? The last 8 years of Adi Sirika, or how many years has he spent as minister? So that is all he has been able to achieve in the name of a national carrier. That particular plane, when the details of that plane were checked, that plane had been operating as Ethiopian Airlines for how many years now? For almost 2 decades. At some point, I think it was even released to Malawi Airlines. And then we now brought it in. And then we look, for you to have a water salute for an aircraft, Sandra, it means that was going to be the inaugural flight, and the flight must have been registered as a Nigerian flight in Nigeria. So what was the water salute about, Sandra? It's not that, look, we have always questioned this thing about the national carrier, this thing called Nigerian Air. As we speak, Ethiopia Airline has 49% share. Some private investors that we are not even completely sure about what their activities and participation has been about have 46%. And only a meager 5% belongs to the federal government. That is the information we have. But what of other things? What of the certificate, the operating certificate? Has it been issued for that airline?
Well, that is...
For anybody that continues to give excuses, Sandra, let them go and read about Ethiopia Airline. Ethiopia Airline, as we speak today, is one of the best international airlines in the world. That airline was, I think, started around, around the 70s or the 60s. One of the oldest airlines in the world. And Sandra, let me bust your bubble. That airline, the same Ethiopia Airline, is owned 100% by the Ethiopian government. Owned and operated 100% by the Ethiopian government. In this same country, we used to have Nigeria Airways, Sandra. We used to have Nigeria Airways in this same country, owned by the government. We finished it out of corruption. And the easiest thing you are going to hear from supporters of government is that government has no business in government. And I don't laugh when they come up with all of these excuses, what I can call infantile capitalist thinking. They come up with these excuses a lot of times to say, oh, government has no business in business. But Ethiopia Airline, the same Ethiopia Airline that we are running to come and rescue us, to give us a national carrier, has over how many decades been running a government-owned and operated airline. Are Ethiopians ghosts and spirits? Are they not human beings? Sandra, that Nigerian air thing is a show of shame for the country.
All right, just as Fuhad mentioned, just in case someone is wondering, how do you know it's from Ethiopia Air? That is where the registration number comes in, because the aircraft that was branded Nigeria Air actually it has an Ethiopian operation number, ETAPL, instead of Nigeria's 5N. Okay, so if you look, if you study the aircraft itself very well, then you understand where Fuad is coming from as regards, the involvement or influence of Ethiopian, Ethiopia on it. And just in case someone is also asking, AOC certificate actually authorizes an operator to carry out specified commercial air transport operations. It is also a safety document by which the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority certifies that the holder has demonstrated that it is fit to conduct safe flight operations. And in our case here now, our official carrier, the Nigeria Air, has not been granted an AOC for official rollout. So hearing the controversies, the many controversies that are surrounding that. But interesting enough,
what was the water salute about?
That's the first flight of the day.
To further deceive Nigerians that we have a national carrier.
That's the first.
Was that an inaugural flight? Because to have a water salute, Sandra, it wasn't the inaugural flight.
Yes, the
that
first
was
or
an
the last.
First official flight. China did a water salute recently for one of their airlines. For the first time, China is rolling out locally made aircraft, made in China fully, the parts and everything. And that flight had its first inaugural flight in Beijing just over the weekend. And it had a water salute. That's the proper thing to do. So that water salute was that Nigeria Air an inaugural flight? Has it been registered in Nigeria? Does it have an operating certificate in Nigeria?
Well, Fuad, I know you have so many questions, but the interesting thing is that in the course of our inauguration coverage, we'll be having Chief Obiora Okonkwo, who is the president of Nigeria Airline Operators. He'll be joining us via the phone line much later on in the morning. So he'll definitely be giving, some insights into, the aviation.
Into this particular issue, yeah.
Exactly. The aviation, industry, and also airline operators, because there's a statement he made there that the implication of not granting an AOC to the national carrier without successfully going through the process is being considered by the International Civil Aviation Organization as a serious infraction, which is punishable. So we'll get more details, from Chief Obiora Okonkwo, who is the president or professor Chief Professor Obiora Okoko, who's the President, Nigeria Airline Operators. He'll be joining us via the phone line much later on in the morning as we have conversations on the inauguration coverage and expectations and whatnot. It's going to be an interesting one. So many things for you to look forward to, during our inauguration coverage. We already mentioned earlier, we have our reporters on ground at the TBS ready to give us on-ground information on what is happening as regards the Lagos inauguration. Then we'll move on to Abuja as well and see what's happening at the presidential inauguration. Also joining us much later on during the inauguration coverage, is also important for us to note, we'll be having Gabe Okoye, who is a Nigerian American, who is a current member of the House of Representatives of Georgia in America. Yeah. So he will also be joining in via the phone line, just
of diaspora Nigerians, yes.
Exactly, to tell us what are their expectations, of the incoming administration and what will be their own assessment, from another point of view. When I mean another point of view, across the border point of view, we're experiencing it, we may be experiencing something totally different from people who are
Nigerians out there. What are their expectations?
Exactly. So we'll be having, Gabe Okoye, who is the Georgia State current House Representative member in District 102, United States of America. He will also be joining in much later on. We'll also be having Dr. Tui Mebawodu, who's a public affairs analyst. We'll also be having Professor Awurawo, the HOD of History and Strategic Studies in UNILAG, University of Lagos. We'll also be having Akim Adegbenro, who would also be giving us information from Ogun State as regards what is, the inauguration or what's happening at the MKO Abiola Stadium, Abeokuta in Ogun State. It promises to be an interesting one. All you have to do is stay tuned. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. Currently, we're looking through trending stories on the front pages of our dailies, and we're currently on the Guardian newspaper. We're just through with going through operators fault Nigeria Air's launch without AOC and registration number. That's on page 7 of the Guardian newspaper. Okay, we also have on the front page of the Guardian, Fuad, Buhari's tenure ends, but not his rare economic footprints. Okay, so I want to, because I know you're going to ask, what are those rare economic footprints? So let's just see what we have in the papers. The story is on page 21 of the Guardian newspaper. So we have riders to that. Capital projects get 14.5 trillion naira in 8 years. Recurrent spending items, debt, go 55.7 trillion. That's 80% of total debt budget. National debt increases by average of 20% yearly. Administration piles up 29.4 as fiscal deficits. Number of unemployed Nigerians estimated at 39%. Total budgetary allocation to CAPEX is 22% of federal government's debt. 20.2 million more Nigerians fall into extreme poverty net since 2016. So, there's a graph here that, for visuals actually, so you can see the difference between when the president took over office and now that he'll be handing over in the next few hours. All right, we have here in price level, we'll start with that. We'll start with unemployment. Fuad, as of May 2015, when the president took over as the president of Nigeria, unemployment rate was 7.5%. But now that he's handing over, May 2023, unemployment rate is pegged at 33.3%. Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
All right. I'm with you. Okay, you want us to address that one after the other?
Or should I take it all at once?
Let's just take it one at once so that we can.
Okay.
What do you think?
All right then. Unemployment 7.5% as of May 2015, 33.3% as of May 2023. Minimum wage was 18,000 naira in May 2015, and in May 2023 is 30,000 naira. Debt, national debt, that's DMO managed, the national debt that's managed by our debt management office, was 12.06 trillion naira in May 2015, and as of May 2023 now it's 46.12 trillion naira. The CBN's budget support, excluding states, just national now, excluding states. At May 2015, we had 0.79 trillion naira, 0.79. And as at May 2023, we are talking 23.72 trillion naira. Exchange rate at the parallel market. This one is interesting. As at May 2015, we had 195 naira per dollar.
To a dollar.
Thank you. And as at May 2023, we have 760 naira to a dollar. Fiscal deficit. May 2015 was 0.88 trillion naira. May 2023, fiscal deficit is at 7.35 trillion naira. And then we have excess crude accounts. Oh, this is so interesting. As at May 2015, we had $2.1 billion in our excess crude account. Fuad, as I speak with you now, we have 0.475 billion as at May 2015.
What is it? 0.7? That's our $750 million. That's just
million.
What is it? 0.
475 million. No, it's just.
Why is 0.4 something billion dollars? That would think of people is 4 and something million dollars.
I mean, let's just make ourselves happy once in a while. But that is the truth.
Instead of saying 250,000, we're saying $250,000. Is that what we're trying to do?
I'm not going to say anything as regards that particular one, but that's a very good analogy. But moving on now, how deep have we gone, or how far have we gone? I don't know if we have gone deep or we have gone far.
This data, Sandra, is a reflection or a proper review, a performance review of this government in the last 8 years. Like I've always said, I think the easiest that you see from the supporters of the government is to say, oh, they did this and all of that. But the reality is the reality. And a lot of times, the fact is the fact. There's no way you can go against the fact, If in 2015, the total debt, both internal and external debt, stood about 8.8 trillion there, and we're talking about 77 trillion now, Sandra. If inflation was 9.01%, in 2015. Now we are talking about 22.2% now, Sandra. If it was 198 to a dollar in 2015, and we're already talking about 760 to a dollar in 2015. All of this data, Sandra, to give a clear idea, the performance idea of the president in the last 8 years. And I must say that, look, the scorecard is so low. The best I can do is to give this government maybe 20% performance. I know we don't have a proper data to how bad we have suffered from insecurity. We don't have a complete data to how bad we have suffered from the lack of capacity of this government to fix our energy problems. We don't have complete data to how bad the country has suffered from their inability to fix the oil sector, to rid that sector of corruption. As we speak, subsidy is still an issue. The budgetary provision for subsidy payment ends in June. So it means that, look, that baggage is being left for the incoming government to attend to. This was the same government that said, look, they were going to fix our refineries. We have 4 refineries, and they were going to build more. In 8 years, they have not been able to fix any of those refineries. I don't care what they have been able to do and the timelines they are giving for it to operate. As of today, May 29, 2023, after 8 years of this government, none of our 4 refineries is working, and they have not been able to build anyone. It's a shame that this same government that was not able to do anything about 4 refineries or build a new one for the country, whether by concessioning or by PPP or whatever arrangement, was so apt to go flaunt its achievements at the Dangote refinery. That, look, they supported, they gave everything to the Dangote refinery. I'll continue to say this again, that, look, the Buhari administration had so much intention, gave a lot of promises, but I must say that again, in terms of capacity to deliver and the willpower to do the right thing, they were found wanting. So again.
All right. Thank you. Economy. As mentioned earlier, all of the
papers.
well wishes.
I did it on social media.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a good one. All right. Still, let's move on now to. Let's move on now to New Telegraph. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. And above the masthead of New Telegraph, we have here Buhari leaving Nigeria worse than he met it. And that's coming from Clark. Nation has considered defeat to terrorism technically, says ex-DG NIIA. The story is on page 2. And just very quickly, I would... So, former Minister of Information and Culture, Chief Edwin Clark, gave a very interesting verdict on President Muhammadu Buhari. He said that Buhari will be leaving Nigeria worse than he met it, considering the current state of the country. In a farewell message to the outgoing leader, Clark said, Buhari will be bequeathing a bouquet of unfulfilled promises, a divided nation, and a myriad of critical federal infrastructure projects in shameful states. And he said, according to him, the president would also be leaving behind a debilitating state of insecurity in most parts of the country, being perpetrated by the killer herders, Boko Haram terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, the Islamic State West African province, and sundry criminal groups operating in the country. He also expressed sadness that despite the contributions of the South-South region to the national economy, the Buhari administration did not address the challenges facing the region, nor did he accord their leaders due respect. He accused the outgoing president of treating the South-South geopolitical zone unfairly and with disdain throughout his 8-year tenure, which ends today. It's a long read, but so far, what are your thoughts as regards, the statements made by Chief Edwin Clark?
I also think that as we are reviewing the performance of the president, we also have to talk about the governors. Because again, when it comes to governance, it's not just the federal government. I must also say that a lot of the governors also performed poorly, woefully. For example, the Clark is talking about the treatment of the South-South by the government. I must say that if there's any government that has given proper support to the South-South, it has to be this government. And I think the governor of Rivers State, Jason Wuke, sometime last year, made a revelation about some money that were given to the South-South governors and all of that. I think Edwin Clark also needs to tell us what he feels about the performance of the governors in the South-South. What have they been able to do with public funds? In Bayelsa, in Rivers, in Delta, in Edo, in Akwa Ibom, in Ondo State. What has been the performance index of these governors? With the oil proceeds, the 13% derivation they were getting, the revenue accruable to them. What have they been able to do in practical terms to transform the lives of their people? Because we have to be careful to limit everything to the federal government and President Muhammadu Buhari. These governors also get allocations every month. These governors also get security votes. What exactly do they do with them? So cumulatively, we must say that, look, our democratic experiment from 1999 to today has failed us at all levels, from the federal to the state level. How many of the governors can bring their test to say, look, they performed well and are able to meet the yearnings of their people in their respective states? If we try to do a state-by-state analysis, Sandra, you wait for this country. So we talk about Benue State. I keep saying that in Benue State, for 8 years, I never saw Autumn commission a single project. And nobody has been able to correct it to say, oh, there was a time he commissioned a 1 kilometer road in Benue State for 8 years. Should we talk about Kogi State? Should we even talk about some of the northern states in Zamfara, in Kebbi, in Sokoto? Are we going to go to the southeast? Abia. Abia is probably one of the worst run states in Nigeria from 1999 till date.
All right. Fuad.
Are we going to talk about Enugu State? Yes.
Fuad, apologies, I may have to cut you short. Okweyemi is trying to connect into the studio from TBS to give us what coverage of what is happening. Yes. So just stay on the line. I will just merge the calls so we can get an update from them. Thank you very much, Fuad.
Thank you.
All right. So as we connect to the TBS, we have Okweyemi Akínode, who is on standby, ready to give us information on what is happening over there. So apparently, things are going to be rushed a bit in the Lagos inauguration due to the fact that the governor has, plans of joining the presidential inauguration as well. Yes. So so it's going to be rushed a bit, and as we know, I think the rains are out again. I think it's raining a bit out there. I wouldn't know. I'm in the studio here, but then that's also been a little bit of disruption on what is supposed to what's supposed to have commenced earlier on. So we have Okweyemi Akinyode, who is the head of our political desk, live at TBS. Oh, okay. Oh, apologies for that. I'm trying to connect, but we seem to have some connection issues. But then that will be resolved very soon. But in the meantime, you're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. This is the sound of Lagos, and we are currently working on inauguration coverage. My name is Omobola Sandra. We've been analyzing major trending stories on the front pages of our dailies all morning with Sahid Fuhad, but now we are connecting with Okweyemi Akinyode, who is the head of our political desk, live at TBS for the Lagos inauguration. Good morning, Okweyemi.
Good morning, Lagos. I think it's a very good day
Okweyemi, we can barely hear you. I don't know. The sound sounds muffled.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better.
Is it better now?
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, a lot better.
Okay. Well, I don't know, Fuhad, could you hear him? Because I was struggling a bit.
Yes, I know. I was hearing him, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll try to connect back with him. I think he has something to share with us at the TBS, so we know what. So we know what is going on, at the TBS. Just as we mentioned earlier, things seems to be moving on quite fast at the Lagos inauguration due to the fact that the governor would like to join in at the presidential inauguration. So let's see what we have as we try to reconnect with Okweyemi Akinyode. In the meantime, of course, we'll be going live at the presidential as well by 9 a.m. We'll be having different analysts joining in via the phone line, giving their different perspective and expectations of the incoming administration. Yes. Hello?
Hello, good morning, Sandra.
Yes, I can hear you clearly now.
I think it's better now.
Yes, it is actually. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're live at the historical Tafawa Balewa Square. This place used to be the political headquarters of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If you follow the independent history of this country, then you would know how significant this masterpiece of an ABC is to Nigeria and significantly to Lagos State. And the day started off with some amazing shower, very heavy rain, but the rain had gone down as it stands. And the dignitaries that are probably been stuck somewhere because of the heavy traffic finding their way into the arena. We just got information from the chief protocol to the deputy governor that the governor will be arriving anytime soon. Political bigwigs of Lagos already seated because we just got the program schedule now. Information just reached us that the whole program will be fast as quick as it can. Of course, the bigger one is going on or will be coming up anytime soon at the Eagle Square in Abuja, where we witness the swearing of the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 6th democratically elected president, the 16th leader of the Nigerian people, the former governor of Lagos State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But we're in Lagos now, and we're going to be reporting live. My team and I, Eric, Kule Daniels, Amida Adedoyin, and of course, Mr. Joseph Olorunso will be reporting live from here once the program starts. But of course, in between, we'll have individuals that will be coming in to join us on the show via phone to give their goodwill messages. The whole, setup here is quite organized. You know the typical Lagos one day event. I mean, this is more like a one day, by the way. If you understand what I'm saying. We have students across schools, we have artisans, we have professional bodies, we have professional organizations, everything here, everyone that is seated, despite the very heavy downpour that we witnessed in Lagos today. So, like I said, the program will kick off in the next 35 minutes according to the program they gave us right now, and we'll link up. I already have the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos here with us. I'm going to probably be linking up with the studio. I will take a lot of goodwill messages. And once the program starts, we'll connect live from here straight into the studio of Milan 98.3 FM.
Thank you very much. We also have Fuad Sahid here in the studio with us, and Sage Babalola would also be joining in much later on. So what are your expectations, of the inauguration today? Because, indications seem that the Lagos State Governor wants the Lagos inauguration rushed a bit so he can join the presidential inauguration.
You would expect. Being the president-elect is from Lagos, is the former governor of Lagos State. He was governor from 1999 to 2007, and he holds a very significant position in the political issue of this country. If you look back to the era, the military era, the Nadeco period, so you know it's a very significant event that is happening at Eagle Square in Abuja today. So you would ultimately expect the governor to be there. So if not for the rain, the program will have started much earlier than it's been scheduled to start. So the expectations are still. This is Lagos, being acknowledged as the commercial nerve center of the country. I mean, this is the political seat of Nigeria. So as expected, the inauguration is having all of the colors, all of the fanfare you would expect to have from the inauguration of Lagos. But more significantly is the fact that despite the downpour, the Tafa Balewa Square is gradually filling up. That means Lagosians are expecting continuity. And as the theme of the campaign for the re-election of the governor, he said a greater Lagos is rising. And that is certainly the expectations of the Lagos people. That is certainly what the Lagos people want to see. They don't want words of assurance. They don't want that balance from the governor that, well, even though the result is still challenged in court, Observers felt the Lagos election was a confirmation to the fact that the governor has a lot to build on. So it's about continuity. But it still doesn't take away the fact that there's going to be sunset. Everyone is very organized around there. Dignitaries, their numbers, people from the representatives of the international community, everyone is here. That's exactly what it is. The expectation is the same. The Lagosians just want the governor, someone let him continue. We have not stopped, by the way. So it's just continue what you didn't stop. Literally.
All right. Thank you very much, Okweyemi. We'll definitely be connecting with you back in a few minutes. So take a short break now. We'll be right back with you.
So, Sandra, sorry. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. The moment the program is about to start, we'll have to link up back and we'll reel out all of the protocols and how the program sequence is following. So Lagosians have to keep their dialogue on Milan 98.3 FM for the best of the coverage for the inauguration.
All right. Thank you very much, Okweyemi Akande.
You're welcome.
Okay, and that is Okweyemi live at TBS for the Lagos inauguration. Just as promised, we always deliver right here at Midland 98.3 FM. We'll be coming back. We'll take a short break. Yes, we'll be back by 9. Then we'll start the inauguration live. Oh, okay. Fuad is so very, very concerned about what is going on in the country. We all are, actually. All right, but we'll be back by 8. We'll be back by 8:40. to continue the conversation. Sage Babalola will be taking over, and then we'll move on just as such. The inauguration goes live by 9, so stay tuned. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. My name is Omobola Sandra. Fuad Sahi, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Sage Babalola. This is the inauguration coverage episode of Mainland Focus. As you know, what we do usually is have conversations about, certain stories that made it to the front page of our dailies. Well, today being Inauguration Day, a day of transition of power, as expected, all of the stories across pretty much all of our dailies is about the inauguration of our president-elect, which will in a very few hours become the president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the ruling party. That's the APC, the All Progressives Congress. So today for Mainland Focus, our focus, of course, logically would be to have conversations around the inauguration and also continue conversations about the expectations of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Earlier during Trends in the Papers, as we were looking through all of the reports in the papers, Sandra went on ahead to give us some sort of breakdown as to the current state of the country regarding economy, security, or, well, insecurity as the case is, the unemployment rate, talking about our SS crude account, basically what the state of our financial life as it is. And because of that, there are many aspects that they're expecting the president-elect to come in and rectify, of course, when he becomes the president in a few hours. What strategies does he have in place? What exactly do you think he's going to do differently? Who do you think he would probably appoint? What exactly should be the criteria for those that will be appointed to work with him? Because obviously this is not a one-man job, and the capacity, the strength of your team is also something that would very significantly impact how well you're able to roll as a leader. And now he's the leader of the entire country, not just states. That means that he has to look into some of the problems that are specific to certain states and, of course, specific to the nation as a whole. So that's a lot of work to do. The governors, the presidency, the cabinet, those who are in the National Assembly, the House of Representatives, is going to be very tough because we need the collective effort of all of the people I mentioned before. So we're opening the phone lines. Let's just talk about what are your expectations of the incoming administration? What are your expectations of the incoming president? What do you expect that he's going to do differently? What exactly do you think his rectification strategy for the country is going to be? And also, what would you advise? What areas of our economic life, what areas of our life as a nation are you also expecting him to pay extra attention to? What sort of policies do you think he's going to put in place? What sort of policy rectification, of course, do you think he's going to make? 0913-6000-410 is the studio line. Now for WhatsApp or text messages, you can go on ahead to send a message via the number 0913-6000-430. We want to start to take contributions at this very moment. Don't forget, the focus for this morning is regarding expectations of the incoming administration. What do you think is wrong and what do you think he needs to do to fix the problem? You can also call and give advice. I mean, you are a part of the nation that is going to be ruling, so it's okay to also give your own recommendations, at least as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You can give your rectification strategies, things you think you should do as well. 0913-6000-410, that is the phone line once again. We are streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. You can definitely go there, Mainland 98.3 FM, and drop your submissions. Let's take our first phone call for this morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Your name?
Okay, Madam Faith, on the forward. My name is Barrister Peter Oku. I'm calling from Mende, Lagos.
Welcome, sir. Please go ahead. What are your expectations?
Well, as a human being, my expectation is supposed to be high. And I'm supposed to be in the upbeat. But given the reality of the situation of Nigeria right now, I think I would be deceiving myself to say that I have a lot of high hopes, because the situation currently does not give anybody any hope. Because to say that you have hope in this country, as the situation stands now, would amount to self-deceit. Because a lot of things have been destroyed by the outgoing APC government. And I can tell you for free that most Nigerians don't have a lot of high hope. Because the situation is so bad that the mountain of debt that the outgoing government is giving behind makes it difficult to have hope, especially the foreign component of the debt. So how do you pay those debts and still live a good life as a Nigerian? It's very difficult. Because when you are a debtor, it's difficult to sleep. You cannot sleep because if you hear any knock on your door, you jump up. So I will say that I don't have a lot of hope, but with prayer, because Nigerians, what has sustained us up to now is prayer. I think God will have mercy on us. Thank you.
Barrister Peter, thank you so very much for calling. We appreciate you. Well, it would seem like the barrister doesn't have very high hopes regarding, the situation that is on ground. Many people seem to think that, yes, the gravity of the problem might make, the first period of the entry quite difficult. But then again, what exactly do you think can be done correctly since we have highlighted the problems? What do you think that the new administration would be able to do differently? Hello.
Hello?
Yes, morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Your name?
Yeah, good morning. Joe from Bariga.
Oh, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yes, let me digress a little. I left APC because of Buhari's agenda not accomplished at the his first term. And then now this man has come. I know him too well. I have very high hope that he will perform credibly well in Nigeria. Nigeria, please, I'm begging all of you, please have high hope. Please, calm down. Everybody calm down. Let us watch him. He knows it. He knows everything. But please, with God, all things are possible. Thank you very much.
Joe from Bariga, thank you so very much for calling us. We appreciate your input. This is more optimism from Joe. Thank you so much. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sister.
Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, for me personally, I don't expect anything. I don't say anything special. In fact, when politicians is talking, I don't believe in gender. This was when they coming down, no coming down. I don't see any paparazzi drama they are doing today that move me. So the only thing I wanted to say is that, I'm expecting, I want to listen to his speech to be after the swearing. After that, I want to say later. After the Mr. President eliminate the minister, they need to check them this time around. The whole minister that know the whole and they should need to check it one on one. And then the minister of the reported to Nigeria want to be listened to them. This amount of enough of paparazzi this and that. And the second Mr. President need to talk about victory. People need job and second is very, very important this time around. For me personally, I don't expect anything. No matter anything they say, I can never believe in them. I'm just trying to stay for them. After 4 years, I need another new government that will give me new idea. All the systems they are using, in fact, it's affecting my brain. Thank you so much. People from Akohojo.
Thank you so much for calling. We appreciate you. Well, should I say the trust deficit of the people in the government has once again manifested from the call that we just took. Do you trust this incoming administration to do something different? Or what exactly do you expect them to do? What are the problems that you most have a difficult time, grasping? And also, what solutions can you prefer? And also, what solutions do you think they have in mind to prefer? Also, how long before you think that whatever rectification plans they have would start to manifest? Because again, I did say that during Trends in the Papers, some of the major areas of our economic life has been highlighted. How deep we are in these problems have been highlighted, and it would only be delusional to think that it will take a short period of time to rectify these problems. So we're asking you, what exactly do you think they can do? Aside from giving us your expectations, also give recommendations. You are a citizen of the country. If you had the authority to speak to the president-elect, who will soon be the president, what exactly are some of the recommendations that you would give to him? That's also something we would like to hear this morning on the inauguration coverage episode of Mainland Focus. We're talking about the incoming administration and what you think can be done differently. Don't forget, we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube, Mainland 98.3 FM, so you can watch what's going on in the studio as well as give your submissions via those platforms. But if you'd like to speak on the radio, of course, you can call us directly 0913 6000 410. WhatsApp and text messages 0913 6000 430. We have another call coming in. Hello. Please turn down the volume on your radio. Thank you. Please turn down the volume on your radio. Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. Your name, please.
Citizen Gabriel from Olowero.
All right, welcome, Citizen Gabriel. Go ahead.
Yes, our expectations are high on this new administration. And the first I want to say is that if the mandate that they are holding is too hard for them, because Nigeria has never been this way, they should drop that mandate. Anyone has been begging people that they are not living, that they have money already, and they don't need Nigerian money. It's fine. So, if they have money already and they want to work, why did they go through the window instead of through the door? Well, we are talking of integrity. And why is begging everybody that I'm sorry if he has those that he appointed disappointed him. It's too late to try for a still meal. So my expectation, if they finally are sworn, they should start with reconciliation. Nigeria are divided. Those that they did the claim, what have they paid to them? Have they prosecuted anybody? What of all the robbery, the history that is going on, look at the flame they brought. The flame, they are just eating the money. Who is looking what they doing money? So they should do something about all this history.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your submission. We appreciate you. So you're talking about the state of insecurity, the belief that certain regions of the country feel they have been marginalized, of course, and then there's a need for harmonization. I do know that, the past elections it was something of a storm. Let me describe it as that. And it blew off the roof of harmony that was covering us in this part of the world. It was so unfortunate that we saw a lot of, tribalism play out. And our last caller is expecting that, that unity needs to be reestablished so that we can live together in peace and harmony and continue to live as one big family in Nigeria. So yes, we do expect a lot. And also in regards to the ministers, those that will be appointed to take care of certain sectors of the economy is quite important. The Ministry of Finance, many other aspects. It's very important that we put people who are actually skilled, who know their onions, who knows how to make the right decisions. It's important that we put them in charge of those sectors, because like I said before, you can't expect the president-elect to do everything on his own. The strength of your team will definitely tell on the overall outcome at the end of the day. 0913-6000-410. That is the phone line. Again, WhatsApp text messages 0913-6000-430. So if you're unable to connect with us via the phone lines, you can do so by sending us a text message and I will read it live on air. We have another call. Hello. Please turn down the volume on your radio. Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Pastor Ambrose, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Thank you. We thank God for another day.
Right.
Page, we just thank God that the Buhari administration has finally come to a full stop. And I want to say categorically that this government that is coming cannot be as bad as this past government. And some people now, they are coming to start telling us that all this while they have been supporting Buhari, now they are coming to tell us that Buhari is not good. I thank God I supported this man 2015. After 1 year, I changed my mind because I saw the direction he was going to. This new government that I'm going to take, whether the direction is his appointment in terms of the ministers, in terms of key appointments. But one of the things that I'm expecting that he's going to do is that the chief of army staff is going to change him. All the service chiefs, the police IG is going to change them. Then the National Assembly has a very big role to play because they are the ones that will determine whether a president should do well or not. Each time I look at this president that is going and how he works, because some people are telling us that Tinubu is prepared. If Buhari was not prepared, why was he waiting? So
agriculture, communication, electricity, education, health, road. All of these things, if I want to rate this Buhari out of 10, is 1.
Thank you, Pastor.
That one is a generous, rating.
Thank you.
So please, Tinubu, do the needful.
Thank you so
God
much
bless
for
you.
calling. We appreciate you. Hello.
I don't know. I don't know how to rate Buhari, honestly. Full said now. With mixed feelings, and let's see whether you practice all his speech. It's easy to say something. You can talk. To walk the talk, it's always a different ballgame entirely. So let's be hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you for your submissions. Hello.
Hello.
Prince Wise, that's you.
How are you, Daddy?
Very well, thank you.
The new is here finally. Glory be to Almighty. You see, Buhari, he has come. He had performed he did his own best. I will say very well. From day one, I support Buhari. And I told him, I will criticize when necessary. I will advise when necessary. Now, Buhari has come as well. I wish him well anywhere he lives. But the present government in place, he said something yesterday that made blood in my heart. He said, don't pity me. I asked for the job. It means no complaint. And he starts doing the work right now. Number one, I expect him today or tomorrow. We are appoint the secretary to the government of the federation, the chief of staff, the press secretary. That really appointment should be made the people as well. And the minister should go along with their portfolio to the national assembly. And I want him to please and please every constituency in this country belongs to the CJ political field, but taking care of that institutional appointment, even development, let everybody free, Nigeria, and the entire matter can be tackled politically. It can settle this matter by return coming to the east and hand it over to the individual leaders, the national leaders. This is what I want to say to be. We need this through Nigeria, both in the southwest, in the southeast, in the southwest, in the northwest, in the northeast, in the northwest.
Thank you so much.
As I say, go back to Buhari, I say welcome back to Tinubu. And I wish you peaceful tenure, and all of us will enjoy if we better for all of us.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We appreciate the optimism. Well, we did tell you that by 9 we'll be connecting straight to Eagle Square in Abuja. Live broadcast. You'll be hearing everything that's happening on there. Of course, we would have a number of analysts join us in the studio as we progress. We'll be giving analysis to all of the events happening and something of, should I say, an appraisal of the past administration. And also, we would have these analysts give us their expectations, from a professional angle and open up the conversation even broader so that you can also say something. So don't go anywhere. Still Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. Stay with us. We'll be connecting you live now to what's going on at Eagle Square in Abuja as the inauguration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Kashim Shettima, the vice president-elect, and of course other governors will begin. Don't go anywhere. It's the sound of Lagos.
Local government area of Yobe State. He attended Leaders Private School Damaturu and later got admission to Kampala University, Uganda, where he got his BSc in Computer Science and Information Technology. He was shortlisted into the Nigerian Air Force as a member of Direct Regular Course 27 in 2017. Squadron leader Usman Babasambo has attended numerous courses commensurate to his rank, one of which is IT Officer's course. The officer has held numerous appointments, and they are OC Fire Squadron, Movement Officer, and currently the IT Support Officer. He's married and the marriage is blessed with a child. His hobbies include reading, public speaking, watching, and playing football.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'adjudant de parade et commandant de l'armée de l'air, Ousmane Baba Sambo. Il est né en 1992. Il est de l'état de Yobe. Il a fait ses études à Damaturu Il est actuellement en train de passer le parade au commandant adjoint de parade. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed the parade adjutant reporting the state of men and handing over the parade to the parade second in command in the person of Lieutenant Commander Kuzayet Yali Kaza. At this point, permit me to now switch over the microphone to my co-compare, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi, to read the CV of the parade second in command and guide us through the rest commentaries.
Thank you very much, Captain Godfrey Anebi Ababa.
Also live at TBS for the Lagos State inauguration. Okwemi Akiyonde and his team are on ground, of course, getting information as regards what is happening in Lagos. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. Just as we promised, we'll be connecting you live to the various locations so we can know what exactly is happening there. Very soon, we'll also be getting information as regards what is happening at MKO Abiola Stadium at Abeokuta with Hakeem Adegberu telling us what to expect for Ogun State. The Ogun State people. All right, my name still remains Omobola Sandra. I also have Sage Babalola here with me. And very soon we'll be having Matthew Kodwa, we'll be having Fuhad Sahid, we'll be having Nuruddin Adegbenro, and a host of other analysts that we have lined up for the conversation this morning. If I may ask, though, Sage, do you have expectations of the incoming administration?
I mean, everybody has expectations of the incoming administration, but I do, support the notion of most of our analysts that have come in that we need to be cautiously optimistic because it's a lot of problems, highlighted. And I'm pretty sure that the first phase of governance will be having to rectify the problems before he can even begin to administer his own opinions. So it's going to be a first phase of trying to, correct a lot of wrongs. So I think that we should, allow them the opportunity and not just start to, chastise them before they even have the opportunities to do anything.
Don't break the something before the something.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Just as we promised, we have a host of analysts joining in on the conversation this morning. I'll be starting with Matthew Okodwa, a very, very interesting personality who would be joining us. A very, very strong and interesting personality. Let me put it that way. Who will be joining us, giving analysis to the inauguration so far. Good morning, Mr. Matthew.
Good morning, Sandra.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for allowing me into the studio.
Okay. I have a statement here from the president-elect, Shiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who said that, don't pity me. I asked for the job. I won't give you excuses. So that means that he's aware of the many hurdles of, problems that is awaiting him as he becomes the president of the country. But what would you make of that statement? Do you think he fully has a grasp of what he is about to step into, of what he's about to, take on?
Anything otherwise would have been disappointing. Because from his statements during their own DPC primaries, we discovered that he has been on this project for a very long time. That probably would suggest that he has been taking notes of the governance issues in Nigeria before he volunteered to be a president. So in other words, he's fully prepared. Let us assume that he is fully prepared. Though he will still meet some contemporary challenges But then he's prepared to meet them, to confront those challenges. So if he had said, well, I was sitting in my father's house, somebody come and prompt me to come, they need me. It's not one of those that people push to become somebody. This is somebody who has prepared himself.
He said it's his lifelong ambition.
Exactly, for a very long time has been on it. You probably believe that by the time he became the governor of Lagos State, his next project was the president of Nigeria. So he has been walking around the clock. And all of them.
But speaking of that, though,
yes.
Sorry to cut you short.
Yes.
Some people would say that it's been so long that he was a part of governance.
Yes.
That's 2003, 2007 or so. That it's been so long since he was a part of, making decisions that would shape, millions of people's lives. All right. So, between then and now, do you still think that he still has a full grasp of what it takes to be? Now, he was governor of a state, but then now he has to control, or he has to make decisions on behalf of hundreds of tribes, hundreds of ethnicities, 6 different geopolitical zones, without marginalizing one over the other and all of that. So do you still think he still has a full grasp of what he's about to take on?
I believe that he has, because his level of intellectual sagacity would suggest that he's not another current person. He knows all these things we are talking about before he volunteered to do it. And because he volunteered, he would have actually gone a little further to look at all the problems of all the so-called hundreds of tribes, and how to confront them. There's always a macrocosm of Lagos, representing the bigger picture of Nigeria. And now, even you, as you are sitting there, if suddenly fate propels you to the national level, you may just wobble for 1 or 2 days, then you firm up and face the challenges with you. But people of Asiwaju's political stature cannot run away from the myriad of challenges we have, whether tribal, whether religious, whether ethnicity, you call it, or whether regional. He cannot run away from it. Nobody will run away from it. But his problem might be getting people who share the same vision with him. The challenge here for him, and I sympathize with him, even if he volunteered and I sympathize with him, is that Nigeria is, our political system is a party system, not a one-man show. And the influence of the party will be there. And he may have the guts, he will need the guts, solid guts, to downplay party's influence, to realize his own dreams without putting people who are likely to bring him down. Let me give you an example. The outgoing president, Buhari, spent 6 months before he could get his ministers.
Put in his cabinet, yeah.
Why was that? Because he thought he was going to get 36 Buharis to behave like him, because it was his own integrity that prepared Nigerians to vote for him. So he was challenged by that. He thought he wanted people who would behave like him, people who are like him, people who would think like him, people who would hate corruption like him. But he found out that it was not possible. And he found out, first thing is that he couldn't have won the elections without the opposition he has christened as thieves. Then people migrated from PDP to APC before he could win the elections. And when it was payback time, you need to return patronage to those people from there. 6 months, he couldn't get another Buhari. So he had to make do with the Nigerians he have. And human beings, as it is, are always selfish. That is one. 2, his party itself, the opposition to his presidency actually started within his party. Don't forget that APC itself is a collection of so many other parties.
Yeah.
And these other parties have their own they had their own visions as independent parties before they came to merge as APC. And that will also mean that as at now, he will have a challenge of wedding all the parties into one. There will be no CPC, there will be no ACN, there will be no this, there should be one APC and one president and one vision. You look at it during the primaries, the whole party chairman had a different person.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
And other people to have different people they were supporting. But somehow, fate and metaphysical aids have crowned him. You understand it now? So what of these people that were opposed to him, opposed to his emergence as president? Have they suddenly dissolved their opinion of him? Have they suddenly, collapsed their opposition to his presidency? He has big challenges, my sister. So we have to pray for him.
Right. You mentioned something about the people working with him as a very important part of his success if he's going to rule us. Are you asking that he looks outside the pool of individuals that we have in the political landscape right now? Because some would say that experience sometimes trumps the opinion of we need fresh ideas, we need fresh blood. So because of the peculiarity of our situation, are you looking that for him to put his team together, does he still need to look at those who are already in the political landscape, or for him to succeed, he might need to extend his search outside and give new people an opportunity to work with him?
In the study of intelligence, we are told there is law of intelligent action. The law of intelligent action states that you first of all identify a problem. Which I hope he has. Then the next thing that you look for the strategies that can solve your problem. So if he has identified the challenges ahead of him now, and the strategy to overcome those challenges dictate that he look outside his party. He looks outside the birds that are flying around him to achieve his aim, so be it. So if he insists on, you campaign for me, because I campaign for you, you must patronize me, he's likely not going to make it. If he wants to succeed, let him look at the challenges and draw up his strategies. Then recruit people who will make him succeed, not people who will be imposed on him just because they follow him all over the place. See, political ascendancy is like construction. When you are constructing a house, you have an architect who will draw the place. I'm starting from there. You are probably going to have all kinds of engineers, soil engineer, quantity engineers, all those people trying to put things in place. You have a bricklayer, you have the workers, you have the whatever. At the end of the day, you have a magnificent structure. But bet you me, none of those people, from the inception of the building to the completion, will live in that house. Somebody else who knows nothing how the house was constructed is going to be the tenant of that beautiful house that was built by different people. So if he follows that procedure, it doesn't mean that you campaign for me, you will be part of the government. You have campaigned for me to win election. Okay? Now, it's a different level of governance after you have won election to deliver on your promises. That is what I think you should be looking at. It's not a question of because he campaigned for me. No. Because I get 10% from his zone, I will not give him anything. No. Because I didn't get anything at all. No. It doesn't go that way.
All right. Yes, you are listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, and this is the inauguration coverage at Eagle Square, Abuja. Right now, we have the parade is currently ongoing. That is what we have going on live right now. We have Matthew Okodua with us in the studio as we are looking at the projections, of people, and also, in retrospect, also the past 8 years of the Buhari-led administration, because in a few hours we will be talking about the Tinubu presidency. All right, as excited as a lot of people might be, we also have our reporters on ground at TBS. At TBS to also give us up to date what's happening at the Lagos State inauguration. We also have Akim Adegbero in Abeokuta, who would also be joining in via the phone line very soon to give us what is happening, trending stories on what is happening at MKO Abiola Stadium.
Yes. All right. So we're still speaking about the past administration, for example. A lot of people there, should I say, lack of optimism about this new administration is still because they think it's still the same party. The individuals might be different. And like you said, it's party politics that really, does it here in the part of the world. It's not personality driven per se. Although the personality might have an influence, but it's the party people recognize. So people are saying that if, the past administration was from a party and this is where we are right now. So yeah, you might be a different personality, but you are still a member of that particular party, and most of your ideas still have to be sieved through all, everybody that makes up that particular party. So how exactly do you think that whatever new strategy you have, you'll be able to, achieve it if it's still the same set of people that make up the previous administration that are still going to be here?
Yes, you are very right. Nigerians are having reserved excitement. They're excited because a new person is in the saddle. But they are reserved because it's the same party. So they are not all out excited because the expectations are influenced by experience of the past. When President Buhari came in 2015, the expectations were very high because of his personality. Just as I said earlier, he suddenly discovered that this is party politics. You understand it now? And the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will not feel differently. Though he has been in government under some political parties, but he will now discover that it's a different kettle of fish that we are into. But he, as I said earlier, he will need guts to pleasantly tell the party, please, I have a project, I have a dream of a Nigeria like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Nigerians' reserved excitement, just as you noted, is that this is APC. They have been there for 8 years. In fact, Nigeria has moved from, say, 10 back to 3 within these 8 years. So many reasons to do that. And Asiwaju himself was called the leader of the party. Could they have removed him from the decisions of the party, from the performance of his party? That is a big question. Now, all the things you are coming to do, you said you are coming to do, did you interact with the outgoing president and he fails to implement? At what time do you start having your own vision different from what your people have? So he has a lot to prove to us that it's not a question of just changing baton, but changing visions and changing approaches. That's what Nigerians, when I say we, I mean Nigerians are expecting.
All right, thank you very much. Let's not forget that we can, of course, share our thoughts as regards the conversations that we are having via WhatsApp and text messages at 0913 6000 0913 6000 You can share text messages, WhatsApp messages. Those are the only things we can take for now. I won't be able to take phone calls yet. When we want to take phone calls, we'll let you know. But we can take text messages. We can take WhatsApp messages. Send them to 0913 6000 Also, we're live on Facebook and YouTube. You can as well drop your comments there. We'll also read them live on air at Mainland 98.3 FM on Facebook and YouTube. So share your thoughts, share your comments. What are your expectations? What are your thoughts? And if you as well, we want to do some sort of an assessment of the past 8 years of the Buhari-led administration, as we have a smooth and hopefully seamless transition into the Tinubu administration. Share your thoughts. What would like to know? 0913 6000 Just text messages and WhatsApp messages only. And on our live feeds on Facebook and YouTube at Mainland 98.3 FM, share your thoughts. All right, so let's move on now as regards the involvement of the outgoing president Muhammadu Buhari in what is to come. Do we see any sort of support or influence? Let me put it that way.
On the incoming administration.
Yes.
If I were Asiwaju himself, I will not consult Buhari.
Oh, but he said that he knows where to find him if he needs.
That's what we call politically correct, PC. Do you understand? That is politically correct. But in concrete terms, look at the assessment of Buhari's administration all through the past 1 or 2 months now, up to this morning. He has never got a pass mark. So it's like telling somebody who failed exam to come and teach you. What will he tell you? What will he teach you? the system to fail. You understand? So the only problem I have with, the only sympathy I have with Asiwaju is that he may not be able to look away from party structure. Otherwise, what Nigeria needs now is a revolution. For instance, Tinubu's revolution. You may not have to cause riots here to have this revolution. A revolution in Nigeria political system where, for instance, institutions are stronger than the individuals. Institutions should be stronger than individuals. So even the president will be afraid to offend the law because there's an institution that will correct him. That is so. Everybody in Nigeria will fall in line if institutions are stronger, which I think he should start with. Then two, as against his appearance at the Chatham House, that he still went with old politicians. Nigeria expected a new breed, a new set of politicians for him. And even if he has to restrict himself to Lagos, he will get new politicians. Talk less of a whole country, as we noted earlier. He has to look for new people. We don't want all those old faces, the Fasholas, the Kaduna governor, what's his name? El-Rufai. We don't want them. He has the power, he has the resources with him, some human resources, to give us new people, new ideas. Nigeria needs to move forward.
All right, we have some dignitaries that would like to connect with at TBS. We have Okweyemi, the head of our political desk, on standby with some of these dignitaries who would like to share some thoughts as regards the ongoing inauguration for the Lagos state government. So we will be connecting with them in a while. In the meantime, you're still listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. In the studio, we have Sage Papalola. My name is Omobola Sandra, and we also have Matthew Okodwa here with us in the studio. It's an interesting day. The parades are still ongoing at the Eagle Square, Abuja. We also have the arrival of dignitaries and guests. The former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has also arrived at Eagle Square for the presidential inauguration. Meanwhile, let's move to Okweyemi Akínode. I'm with you, Okwe.
Hello, Sandra.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. You have one of our royal fathers here. If you could listen on the background, the announcement is going on. That's the recognition of dignitaries that we have at the arena for the swearing or the inauguration of for the second term of the executive governor of Lagos State. But I have some of our royal fathers here with us that would like to speak with us and send a goodwill message to the good people of Lagos. So we just take them one after the other so that we just get the things going. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, we have His Royal Majesty, the Alayeluwa, Ọba Dr. O.O.K. Akinyemi, the Alabiro of Ikare. He's going to be speaking with us and going to be sending his good message. Kabesi, welcome to Lagos and good to have you with us.
Thank you. My name is His Majesty Ọba Dr. Eneke Akiyemi. I don't know the second. Alabiro of Ikare Kingdom. I'm very delighted to be here today as one of the witnesses to this occasion. It is a great one having this type of thing happening in Lagos right now, because it's a good image and a good thing for us to visit in Lagos for the second time. Having put in Sanwo-Olu a second time, it's a glory for us in Lagos State as well, because we have witnessed a lot of things being done by him at the first time about 3 years on the throne. And now that is coming to go another 4 years, I think it will be very much tremendous. You know what is going to do, and his capability of handling everything in Nigeria in Lagos State. Particularly, the head of the present head of state, that is the president of Ashwaji Bola Tinubu, has not making the wrong choice for us in Lagos State. And that is the step it's going forward with. We are really proud of it, and the Lagos State and our worries and everybody are very much, proving ourselves to be much accepted to what is doing in Lagos for us generally. And now, we are also using the opportunity to give them good wishes that in the process of these 20 years, there will be good faith, and the president will also have a good health to serve us and give us a good services.
Thank you very much, Sandra.
Thank you.
Of course, we are going to be moving next to one of the songs of Lagos. And then I just give me a minute. I'll have to change location, then we'll call you, we'll link up with you. But the voice we just heard was the voice of His Royal Majesty, Alayeluwa Oba Dr. N.A.K. Akiyemi, the Alabiru of Ikare, the fourth class Oba, and he has extended his good wishes to the people of Lagos, and will take more and more of those wishes that will go on the program standard.
All right. Thank you very much, Okwemi. Okay, so we'll be connecting with you. We'll be connecting back with you in a few minutes as we carry on with the good wishes from our dignitaries. Just as we mentioned earlier, also at the presidential inauguration at Eagle Square, Abuja, we still have arrival of dignitaries still going on over there. Just so the arrival of the service chiefs also as they, of course, observe the parade. And then we also have we had the arrival of the former president Goodluck Jonathan just a few minutes ago. We'll be connecting back to Eagle Square very soon, but in the meantime we're still having studio conversations as regards the outgoing administration and also the incoming administration. And speaking of administrations generally, generally speaking now, democracy in Nigeria. It's been 24 years, I think, yes, uninterrupted of democracy in the country, and here we are. It's been a tradition that has been ongoing. A new administration comes in, the old one comes, and then there's the transition, and it's been going on like that, uninterrupted, just as you mentioned. What would be your own assessment of democracy, and how are we faring, democratically speaking?
Yeah, I prefer the second phrase, how are we faring, second question.
Okay.
Because democracy is a phenomenon. It cannot change. It is how we operate it. So it's actually the faring, how we have operated it. Obasanjo started this series, this uninterrupted series. And I think he did wonderfully well looking at it from the Nigerian angle because of the myriad of problems. Obasanjo recognized that Nigeria has too many nationalities, and he did well to take care of them. Then Nigeria had debt problems, which he helped us to override. Nigeria has, in his time, there was no insurgency, so let's look at it that way. He did his best in his own way, but we didn't expect that within 8 years he was going to solve all Nigerian problems. But he had a hand on the handle that gave us a hope that yes, it will work one day. But the man that succeeded him, health-wise, he couldn't confront the problems. Then Jonathan came. Jonathan was like inexperienced.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I may have to cut you short there. Yes, Okwemi, we are back with you.
Yes, Sandra, we also have part of the royal fathers for today. We have High Chief Ayodele Lekan, the White Cap Chief, is the Bajulai of Lagos. And of course, if you heard the name Oyeko, you know where we are coming from. So welcome, sir. We're going to be linking you live to the studio of Mainland 98.3 FM, and you want us to talk to us the good things of Lagos. Being a son from the royal family, what has been the progress of Lagos for you that you've witnessed over time, and where are we going to from here as we witness the second tenure of His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu?
It's nice to be online with you. And, my name is Ayodele Lekon, the Bible of Lagos. When you want to talk about Lagos, from the time memorial, you can see what has been happening in Lagos during the previous administration. But we're so lucky from 1999, when our father, the Jagaban Gogu, was the governor of Lagos State. We're seeing tremendous progress. From him down to Governor Fashola, down to Governor Ambody, and now with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. You can see that the last 4 years we've seen lots of progress in Lagos. There has been lots of development. There have been a lot of good things that have been happening in Lagos. Right now, we are expecting more, which we know that is capable of. We're expecting a fourth mainland bridge. We're expecting more in the education sector. We're expecting more in the health sector. We're expecting more. We are like Oliver Twist. We have to ask for more. And we know that Lagos State is the pioneer and forefather of the economy of Nigeria. We're going to see a lot of things, good things that are going to happen in the next 4 years. And by the grace of God, we all will be around to celebrate this great man. And we thank God as well for our new President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you will see in the next 4 years what he laid down in Lagos State is going to replicate in the federal government. And a lot of our people will enjoy his government. Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Sandra.
All right.
That was the voice of I Chief Ayodele Oyekon, the White Cap Chief, and of course, it's the Bachelor of Lagos. Thank you very much for joining us on the show, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We also have more guests. Well, we have the team of the governors at Pashu County of Lagos State just arrived a few minutes ago, and we'll be gaining access to where they are so that we can have one or two wishes and expectations for the second term administration of His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So we take it one after the other. Sandra, Governor Babajide will send in their wish, their best wishes to the people of Lagos. And of course, you know that name very well. One time, gubernatorial aspirant on the platform. Okay, Sandra, just give me a minute and let me compile the list, and then I'll get back to you, please.
Okay, please do that. Then we would connect back with you. All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, that is Opoyemi, who's live at TBS for the Lagos Sanwo-Olu, who happens to be handing over to himself. So it's not much of a funfair or a fair to expect. Yes, you can still drop your comments on via our WhatsApp if you have any, as regards the conversation ongoing in the studio at Mainland 98.3 FM on Facebook and YouTube. At Mainland 98.3 FM, you can drop your comments in the comment section. You can also drop on WhatsApp and text message. That's 0913 6000 430. 0913 6000 430.
All right. Yes, you were speaking about the transition to democracy and how we're faring.
We are assessing the democracy the past 24 years. I was on Goodluck Jonathan. The former president Goodluck Jonathan made his impact, but he couldn't do it more than his ability. And his ability was not that good for us. And then we can look at it. In his time, corruption seemed to have been planted and was growing very well. Looting of public funds, and he did nothing about it. Of course, insurgency, came up. If those are some of the reasons Nigerians voted him out, the coming of Buhari did not make us laugh that we have made a good choice. We thought we made a good choice. Buhari actually exacerbated the crisis in Nigeria. His appointments were lopsided in favor of his people, and his approach to things, like he didn't know what to do at any given point. So we found out that insurgency that was concentrated in one part of Nigeria evolved into hydra-headed monster moving in a different dimension from one part of the country to another, to the point that in Lagos, we are afraid that they might come in here, because close to us in Ondo here, they were there. So instead of containing it in what it was, he allowed it to spread. Now, the economic problem we have today, I must tell you, it's not whether there are policies or no policies. It's because under his watch, he allowed the dollar to override the naira in such a way that we cannot even think of having a currency. That when he came in, the naira to dollar was 192, now it's almost 1,000. And this has rippled around everything you have. Fuel increase is because we import fuel in dollars. Food increase because we import food in dollars. Clothes increase is because we import materials in dollars. Everything in dollars. So first of all, you look for dollars, then now convert to naira, so that the money in your purse cannot even do anything.
Oh, well.
All right. Thank you very much. Apologies, I have to cut you again. We still need to connect back with Okwe Musim to have some felicitation messages or some goodwill messages from dignitaries at the TBS, the Lagos inauguration. It's interesting. There seems to be some sort of scuttle happening at Eagle Square as regards, the arrival of a dignitary. But let's connect with Okwemi and see what we have at. That has been cut out. I was expecting that, actually. Okay, let's see what we have from Okwemi Kinyode. In the meantime, you are listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, and this is the inauguration coverage, the presidential inauguration coverage, as well as the state inauguration. And we have Sage Babalola in the studio. My name is Omobola Sandra, and then we have Matthew Kodwa, who's here with us in the studio as we are looking at how did Nigeria arrive at this point where we are, inaugurating the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And it's been quite an interesting run. The tension, the pressure building up right from the primaries last year up until the elections that happened earlier this year, and even up till now that we finally have an inauguration about to happen in the next few hours. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey there, how is business? Would you like to advertise with us at Mainland 98.3 FM, where you get to connect with a large base of passionate fans and ardent listeners of our broadcast? We have flexible and highly competitive advert rates to suit your needs by negotiation. Contact us today on 0913-6000-420, 0913-6000-420, or send an email to info@mainlandfm.com.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the inauguration coverage of Mainland FM, or that we are covering here at Mainland FM. We do have Omobola Sandra in the studio and, of course, Matthew Okodwa. We're having conversations about the different aspects of our economic life, especially now that we are transitioning, from one administration to the next. And before we went on that break, okay, let's take a break.
Hello.
We're with you, Okwe.
Hello.
We're with you.
Okay. We have also here Prince Adebola Dosumu, the Akishiko of Lagos. He's going to be speaking to us live on Mainland 98.3 FM. We're in a celebration mood in Lagos, and being a custodian of the Eyo Festival in Lagos, how significant is today being the inauguration of the second term of Dr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu? How significant is today to the tradition of Lagos, to the development of Lagos, and the growth of Nigeria as a whole, sir?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Chief Adebola Dosumu, the Akishiko of Lagos. Today being the inauguration of our dear governor, Mr. that this man is doing. You see, Mr. Governor, he has a listening ear, and he understands Lagos, and he has done a tremendous job. And you see a lot of things coming to Lagos because Lagos being the heart of Nigeria. So they have no choice but to keep Lagos moving, for Lagos to be on top, to be number one. So we Lagosians, we are very grateful. We are happy for his second time, and we pray this second time will be a success for him and Lagosians.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, it's really, really busy here. So I guess we'll be taking just one on a shot. So quickly, hello.
Yes, we're with you, Okwemi.
Okay. Okay. That was it. That was Prince Adebola Dosmu at the Archbishop of Lagos. We're going to be moving a little into the academia now. We'll bring up the former Vice Chancellor of the prestigious University of Lagos is going to be extending it to us as well on the show. So we'll call you back in a few minutes time.
Okwemi, I would have to ask that you please give us a few minutes. We will have to go on commercial break.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No
Thank
problem.
you.
Just let me know when you are available so that we can connect back.
Most definitely. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. We would have to go on a commercial break now. We have. Okay, but thank you so much. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. Sage Babalola.
Yes, we'll definitely be back. Stay with us as we continue the inauguration coverage today.
All right. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. Don't forget to drop your comments on our Facebook and YouTube live streaming platforms. We're also taking text messages and WhatsApp messages. All right. If you have anything that you'd like to share, when we come back from the break, we'll connect back to Eagle Square because as of now, there are still the parade. The inauguration parade is still ongoing and dignitaries are still arriving at Eagle Square. However, at the Lagos inauguration, things to be going on in full swing. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When the airwaves in your market become more and more crowded.
Yes, we're back. Welcome back. Still Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. This is the inauguration coverage, and we're having conversations here in the studio. And we're also trying to connect with our correspondents across the country, trying to give you an update into what is going on. Aside from what's happening in Eagle Square, as you know, there are 18 governors that would also inaugurate today. We're having a conversation, of course, here in the studio with Matthew Okodwa. Sage Babalola is my name, by the way. Omobala Sandra is also here in the studio. And aside from studio analysis, there's also conversations with dignitaries that have made it to the venue, both the Tafawa Balewa Square for the Lagos inauguration and Eagle Square in Abuja for the national inauguration. So before we connect with our correspondent, I believe in Ogun State, we can still have Matthew Okodwa continue with the conversation he was having with us. He was comparing the administration of Jonathan and President Muhammadu Buhari, who is about to transfer power to the Tinubu administration. Matthew Okodwa, before we went on that break, you were talking about the fact that we expected Buhari to make up for some of the inadequacies of Goodluck Jonathan. But then again, I was about to raise a conversation. As much as I'm not trying to underestimate the values of democracy, because it's for and by the people. But then, for example, Jonathan was proposing for subsidy removal, right? And there was a lot of, no, it will cause a lot of economic hardship. You cannot do that. And then we continued with that very process that a lot of people has described as fraudulent. President Muhammadu Buhari too, that conversation came up again, and I mean there's evidence of how people pushed against that policy. That some even said it's not the policy, it's the timing. So do you think that maybe sometimes the interference of even the electorate is the problem?
Sage, apologies, we have to connect with Akeem Adegbero in Ogun State now to give us updates what is happening in MKO Abiola Stadium. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Omobola Sandra. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I'm live at the MKO Abiola International Stadium in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The venue for the inauguration of the state governor, Mr. Abiodun MFR. The situation at the stadium is visitors are just arriving at the stadium. I think that the last count, the governor just came in, and everybody is expecting the arrival of the state governor so that the program can kickstart the the members of the military are about stepping out to take their position on the field. And members of the foreign state of the realm are also here to film the event, to filming citizens of the state. And as it is, everybody is seated, waiting for the arrival of the state governor.
We may have to connect with Akeem Adegbero back. I think that where he is quite yes, it's quite loud, so we may have to connect back with him. However, we also have to connect with our own correspondent here in Lagos, Okweyemi Akinyode. Once again, they have the chief imam and head missioner Ansarudeen Society of Nigeria, Abdurrahman Ahmed, who will be joining in via the phone line in a bit. You're listening to the inauguration coverage of 2023. We have the presidential inauguration on standby. The vice president, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, just arrived at Eagle Square, Abuja, and just a few minutes before that, we had the arrival of the president-elect himself, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, already at Eagle Square. So I think what's left now, we are expecting the president himself, Muhammad Buhari, to join in at Eagle Square, and then we connect live with Eagle Square and what's happening. For now, let's connect with Okweyemi Akinyode. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Sandra.
Yes, we're with you.
Yes, we have with us here the immediate past commissioner for information and strategy, Lagos State, Mr. Gbenga Omotosho. He just arrived the arena now, are going to be putting in live on air to tell us the last 4 years and of course the next 4 years going forward. Mr. Benga Motoshaw, immediate past commissioner for information and strategy, Lagos State. Good morning, sir. You're welcome live into the inauguration studio of Mainland 98.3 FM in town of Lagos, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, the last 4 years have been very eventful and engaging. And you being the spokesperson of the government, the mouthpiece of the government, what has been the 4 years like, and what are we expecting for the next 4 years as we're here today to celebrate and to continue what the governor, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has done in the last 4 years? What are Lagosians expecting for the next 4 years?
Thank you so much. First is to thank God Almighty for making this day possible. And for what my principal, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and his partner, Dr. Kadi Obafemi Ansad, have done in the past 4 years. I think they have done well. To just sum it up like that, in education, in science and technology, in health and environment, in transportation, all of us have seen the blue line, Interson, all of us have seen almost the completion of the red line, all of us have seen about 700 high capacity buses out there. All of us have seen that we have had 1,047 education projects and still counting. And by the time Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu came in, we had about 7 boats, ferries. Today we have 21, including a batch that is big enough to host like 200 people for a party. So in education, in that, we saw what the administration did during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we saw how Nigeria was escaped from the embarrassment of what experts called picking bodies on the street. So today is a day for us to thank God, to celebrate, and to appreciate Lagosians for renewing the mandate that they gave to Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Dr. Kadi Obafemi Ansad. Talking about the next 4 years, it's going to be full of exciting times. Already we have laid the foundation stone of a research center at Yaba, so that we have the experts there. We need to provide them the enabling environment, so that if you have a pandemic like COVID-19, you don't need to run to the west to go and look for vaccines. We are going to complete the Team City in case major. We are going to complete the food hub that is enough for Lagosians, about 5 million Lagosians to sleep in 3 months. Should there be any problem about food? Of course, we are going to be running
All right, I think we lost connection there. That's apologies for that, but we will try to reconnect back. We had the immediate past commissioner for information, Wega Omotosho. I got that correctly, yes. Who was, giving us, some sort of assessment with Okwemi Akinyode, of course. You're still on to Mainland 98.3 FM. Sage, I think we have the arrival.
Yes, we have more dignitaries joining at Eagle Square. The outgoing First Lady, Aisha Buhari, has arrived. So far, so good. Of course, the incoming President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his wife, Oluremi Tinubu, are already seated. And again, joining them, like I said before, is the outgoing First Lady, Aisha Buhari.
So
Buhari.
Concurrently, simultaneously, we are going to complete them. So exciting times lay ahead for Lagosians in the new tenure of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Dr. Kadi Obafemi Ansad.
Thank you very much. Well, Sandra, that was the voice of Mr. Benga Omotosho, the outgoing Commissioner for Information and Strategy of Lagos, expressing his optimism, his positivity about the growth and the continuity that Lagosians are expected to experience under the second tenure of His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So we switch over now to the Chief Imam and the Head Missioner for the Asarudin Society of Nigeria. Is going to be joining us in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll just take it from there, Sandra.
All right, well, stand by. Thank you very much. Okay, so we were having a conversation with Matthew Kudwa just before we connected with Okwemi at TBS, and
yes, we were having a conversation about the inability. Yes. Is it the people?
It's not the people. Let's look at it this way. It is the failure of Buhari's regime that has heightened Nigerians' expectation of the new incoming president. That's of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigerians, we don't have a choice. We have to expect whoever is on top to provide for us. So if Buhari failed, we believe that the incoming administration should know where Buhari has failed and what the expectations of Nigerians are, and plan himself to meet those expectations. So as I said earlier, democracy is just a phenomenon. It's not a life being. It cannot decide for itself. It is what we use it to do. It is the color we give to it. It is the texture we give to it that benefits us. So far, throughout these 24 years, which is what we have been looking at, Nigerian democracies people have used it to serve themselves, to feather their own nest, not for Nigerians.
Hello, Sandra.
Yes.
Okay. We have here with us Sheikh Abdurrahman Samad is the Chief Imam and Head Missioner at Tarajin Society of Nigeria. He's also going to be addressing us, and of course, extending his good wish to the people of Lagos, so that we know what they have to say. So we'll hand him over.
Okay, thank you.
Have confidence in him, and I am also very confident and hopeful that he will do it one more time.
Thank you very much, Sandra. So we are linking up with Sheikh Abdurrahman Ahmad as the Chief Imam and Head Missioner of Authority Society of Nigeria. He's going to be extending his good wishes to the people of Lagos, who've seen 4 years of tremendous growth under the administration of Dr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and of course, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, deputy. So what are the expectations of Lagosians for the next 4 years going forward, sir?
Nigerians are looking forward to going to the next level. Lagosians particularly are waiting to be ushered into the next level. The smart city. Lagos is on the threshold of being the smartest city in Africa. They are looking up to the administration of Babajide Sanwo-Olu to do that. They are looking forward to the continuation of the infrastructural development that the governor has been embarking upon. Lagosians are looking forward to fairness, to justice, to transparency, to accountability, and to be made the centerpiece of this administration.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now, going forward, the government is sworn in as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 6th democratically elected president, and ultimately the 16th leader that the country has produced. How much joy does this give you, especially with the level of expectations that Lagosians and Nigerians are looking forward to for the next 4 years under the leadership of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Awesome, ineffable joy, very high expectations. Lagos has never had it so good. Lagos has never been this lucky. Lagos had never been so opportune that a former governor of Lagos is at the center. Lagos is looking forward to enjoying what is rightly due to it. Lagos is the mother city in this country. It is the, whether or not people acknowledge that, it is the capital of this country.
Thank you very much, sir. Sandra.
All right, thank you very much, Okwemi. The president has just arrived at Eagle Square, so we may have to connect with Abuja in a few minutes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. We'll connect with you very soon. But let's see what is happening at Eagle Square as well. Thank you. Okay, so that was Okwemi Akiode live at TBS. We just had the president of Ansaudin Mission joining us and sharing his goodwill messages, or goodwill message, yes, as regards the inauguration and what to expect of the incoming administration. And right now, happening live at Eagle Square, Abuja, we have the arrival of the president himself. President Muhammadu Buhari is at Eagle Square, and right there at the foyer, at the end of the foyer, we have very notable dignitaries ready to receive him. We have the vice president is there, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Of course, the chairman of the Transition Council, who also happens to be the secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, as well, is there to receive him, and other major dignitaries as well. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, I cite him as well, Femi Gbajabiamila is there, and the service chiefs are there on hand as well to receive the president. All right, so from here on out, it's going to be an interesting one as we connect live to what it would be happening at Eagle Square, Abuja. I wonder what do you think, Sage, will be going through the mind of the president right now? Relief, or I'm going to miss Nigerians?
I mean, there's no need to think about it. He has been very, very clear of what's going to happen. He says he's going to hand off. He has done his best. He has done what's expected of him. Is hands off from now on. Maybe they might consult with him. I don't know what the consultation will be about, but he has made it clear, once I'm out of here, I'm going to my home state to take care of myself and reconnect with my family. So if there's any need for us to consult the president, they will let us know.
All right, we have the parade, the inauguration parade. The president has arrived, and there's, of course, the honorable salute. So we'll connect with Abuja now. Stay with us. This is Mainland 98.3 FM.
Officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
L'hymne national nigérian.
Please take your seats. Thank you. May I crave the indulgence of the Commander Guards Brigade to invite the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Veuillez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît. Le commandant du Brigade de garde nigériane doit inviter son Excellence, Président Muhammadu Buhari, de nous joindre ici. Mesdames et messieurs, ça c'est une activité vraiment très kaléidoscopique. C'est une activité.
All right, the president is taking his seat in the VIP section of Eagle Square. We have, that was, his some sort of welcome for the president himself to the Eagle Square. It's quite an interesting one. I don't know, there's just something very beautiful about hearing the national anthem, don't you think, Sage? There's just something very patriotic that just comes to mind. There's this strength, and there's this resilience, there's this passion that just drives through you whenever you hear the national anthem?
Definitely. I mean, every single line of the national anthem not only talks about Nigeria as a nation, but also what is expected of the citizen. So it's more or less like, a summary of what we're supposed to do as a people and even what our leaders are supposed to do for us. And it also references even past leaders and what they have done. So yeah, I can understand why there's this rush when you hear the national anthem.
Speaking of past leaders, how do you think they have, one way or the other, influenced where we are today? Speaking of past, because at the venue now we have former President Goodluck Jonathan. I haven't seen, anything as regard or heard anything as regards former President Olusegun Obasanjo yet. I don't know if he would also be there, a man of many words, that is. But then, what would be your own, general assessment of our past leaders, democratically elected leaders of this country up until now?
Yeah, let us not just limit it to democratically elected leaders.
Okay.
There has not been a vacuum. There has not been a day without a leader in Nigeria. So every day we have had leaders. Well, let me say the position we are in now is a summation of the performances of all the leaders past. Some good, some bad, and some not very good, some not very bad. So they have impacted on us in this country. The growth we have achieved is either because of some good ones or some bad ones. So our leaders know how they have. It shows that we are still looking for a leader who will move us forward, not a leader that will take us to business as usual. That in fact that is why I said I don't envy Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the incoming president, because the job for him is big. Sage was just talking about the fervor of singing the national anthem, of hearing the national anthem. So one thing the incoming president will have to contend with is making Nigeria one. Right now, people say we are one, we are not one, and we are not united. That is so clear. But we need a leader who will unite us, who will make us one. Buhari succeeded in tearing Nigeria apart. Obasanjo succeeded in bringing Nigerians together as one. But Buhari succeeded in tearing Nigerians apart. Religious-wise, ethnicity-wise, and the rest of them, Nigerians are more conscious of which part of the country they are from now more than before. Nigerians are more conscious of which religion they practice now more than before. Because somebody used those issues as a means of appointment, as a means of patronage, as a means of disparaging others, which should not be. So we need the leaders we need. We have not got. We hope it will be in the leadership. The thing we need should be in Asiwaju. That's why I'm saying he will have the guts. He should have the guts. If he doesn't have, let him manufacture one to be able to override the influence of his party. I'm telling you. So just as Sage mentioned earlier, he is a party man, and it is if Buhari failed, APC has failed, and Buhari was the leader. Tinubu was the leader of APC. So he needs a lot of wording. He needs a lot of galvanizing to do. Let Nigeria be one. When you appoint somebody, the person look at himself first as a Nigerian than as a Yoruba man. The person should look at himself first as a Nigerian than representing the Fulanis. The person should look at himself first as a Nigerian than representing the Igbos. The person should look at himself first as a Nigerian than representing the Edo people or the Calabar people. Then we will head into a fine nation. All these issues, religion, ethnicity, that very suddenly played up, should the incoming president should find a way of erasing it from the history of Nigeria and move forward. It is not by fault that it is not our fault that all of us are in the same country, but with this diversity. According to Father Kuka, ability to manage diversity is the strength of a nation. If we cannot manage it, so we're in trouble.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew Kodwa, for that one. Before we carry on with the conversation, of course, the conversation continues. The prayers are currently ongoing at Eagle Square, Abuja, We'll also be connecting with Okwemi Akyode much later on. But before then, let's see what we can get from Hakeem Adegbenru in Ogun State. All right. Good to have you back.
Yeah. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm going offline the other time. It's raining here at the MKO. Agala Stadium in Abeokuta, Ogun State, the venue for inauguration of the state governor for his second term in office. The governor just came in about 5 minutes ago, and he went around taking the salute of everyone present. Right now, he's about to take the guard of honor salute before heading towards the state of office. But right now, at the MKO Abiola Stadium, is getting back and off. And one can probably say this is a shower of blessings for the second time in office of the state governor, brings up our brother.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll try to connect back with you very soon. We appreciate. Well, things seems to be in full gear already in Ogun State. Let's see what we can get as well in Lagos State here. What is happening live at the inauguration of the Lagos State governor. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. Time check right now is 10:21 a.m. and I have Sage Babalola here in the studio. My name is Omobola Sandra, and we have Matthew Okodwa with us. Now we're connecting with Okwemi live to give us updates on what is happening at the Lagos inauguration.
Yes, thank you very much, Sandra. Before we went off the other time, before we connected to the big one in Abuja, we had, of course, the head missioner and the chief imam, Sheikh Abdulrahman Ahmad, the head missioner, authority sector of Nigeria, and giving his goodwill message. And while we were doing that, the deputy governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadiri Obasemi Hamzat, and his beautiful wife led the arrival party of His Excellency Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu to the venue of the inauguration at the prestigious Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. And just a few minutes ago, the governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, came in and was well received. At the moment, he is on the inspection guard for the police band, and he's having his ceremonial lap around the arena, fully packed by everyone. And of course, after now, the celebration proper would commence. His Excellency is on the inspection tour of the police band, and of course, the regular tradition, the ceremonial, procession leading to the inauguration. And the negotiations are hopeful. That the development in the last 4 years can be consolidated on by His Excellency Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu and his deputy, Dr. Kadiri Obasemi Hamzat. So we are hoping that in the next couple of minutes, once it comes off his parade, the Attorney General of the state and the Commissioner for Justice would continue with the other process for the inauguration, Sandra.
All right. Thank you very much, Okwemi. That's almost the same, reports that we got from Hakeem Adegbenru as regards what is happening in Ogun State as well. In Abuja, right now things are in top gear as the legal councils are already putting things in place. So we'll get more details from you later on. Just tell us whenever you're ready to connect back.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandra.
All right, thank you very much. How is the rain or how is the weather though?
Well, I think Lagosians are getting ready for another round of heavy downpour. But then, I don't think a lot of people are worried about the rain here.
It's not an impediment to the ceremony.
Sandra, I can tell you for a fact that in the next couple of minutes, there will probably not be any space for anyone around this Tafawa Balewa Square. And you know how much of an edit this place is. Negotiations have come out to further consolidate on the fact that what happened on the 18th of March was a vote for continuity. What happened on the 18th of March was a vote for more development in Lagos, not without the issues left and right. But Lagosians have expressed hope today that the next 4 years, from now to 2027, will bring more development. And of course, as we heard from a lot of people that we've interviewed on the show today, everyone is quite positive going forward about what to expect. And the next 4 years, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu and Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, is Deputy Governor.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. That will be it for now. Thank you very much, Okweyemi. Okay. All right, that's Okweyemi live at TBS and currently happening live at Eagle Square, Abuja, where we will have to connect in a few minutes. We have the arrival, I think that's the CJN. I'm not so sure now, but we'll get the details as we go, as we move on. But the legal, what do you call them? The Silk Brethren or the Silk Fellows are putting things together as regards, the paperwork and what's to come at
the oath taking.
The oath taking. Thank you. At Eagle Square in Abuja. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. Right now we have Kashim Shettima, the Vice President-elect, approaching the podium. So stay with us as we connect live to Eagle Square, Abuja.
To take his oath of office.
Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'activité que nous allons témoigner dans quelques minutes est la prestation de serment d'office au vice-président élu, son Excellence Sa Kashim Shettima. Et sera fait par le juge-en-chef du Nigeria, son Excellence Sa Majesté, la justice Ariola. Merci beaucoup. Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Judicial oath. I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability,
and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal, in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the vice president-elect taking his oath of office.
This is also very good. What is shape it is doing? This one will not go in. Put it back. Is it correct?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Grand Order of the Order of the Niger. Congratulations, Your Excellency. At this point, may I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to kindly usher the new Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la prestation des serments au nouveau vice-président du Nigeria, son Excellence Kashim Shettima, qui est accompagné avec sa belle-femme Hadja Nana Shettima.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests,
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen.
Le vice-président du Nigeria, il est allé saluer le président sortant, son Excellence président Mamadou Buhari, et le vice-président, vice-président Yemi Osinbanjo. Nous avons des personnalités ici Nous avons ici même devant moi le président du Libéria, le président George Weah, le président du Niger et autres personnalités qui sont là au nom de la fraternité et la solidarité africaine. Soyez les bienvenus, le Ballon d'Or, le seul Ballon d'Or africain.
Thank you very much. Next to be sworn in is the exalted office of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. May I once again crave the indulgence of the Commander Guards Brigade to please invite His Excellency, the 16th President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to the saluting days for the swearing-in of oath of office. And he's being accompanied by
Excellence, invité distingué, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un moment historique pour le Nigeria. J'invite respectueusement le commandant de la brigade des gardes à inviter le président élu de la République fédérale du Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, accompagné par sa belle femme, Madame Oluremi Tinubu, pour la prestation du serment. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Badeja.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu do some and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he takes his oath of office and sign the dotted lines confirming him as the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
C'est le moment historique. Maintenant, la prestation du serment par son Excellence, le Président de la Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, qui maintenant prête le serment. Maintenant, c'est la signature.
While the President is signing, just like her predecessor, we heartily welcome the 16th First Lady Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, an educationist, administrator, and philanthropist Oluremi Tinubu, as First Lady of Lagos State, established the New Era Foundation, dedicated to establishing centers for all-round development of young ones and promote public awareness on environmental health and community service. Oluremi Tinubu has executed a lot of philanthropical acts to alleviate the plight of indigent persons, and most importantly, she has touched the lives of girls and women in her constituency. In recognition of her achievements and contribution to societal upliftment, Senator Oluremi Tinubu has been honored severally, both locally and internationally. Among these are the National Award of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, Ghana Noble International Award of Leadership, Gambia Diamond Award for immense contribution to the emancipation of people from poverty, many citations and chieftaincy titles. In appreciation of her contribution as a role model, the West African Women Association named the Oluremi Tinubu Women Training Center in Gorom, Senegal, after her. From First Lady, Lagos State, to Senator, and today, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are heartily welcome on board.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici le moment. Eagle Square a éclaté. Nous avons applaudi avec la prestation de serment au président du Nigeria, son Excellence Président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, le Jagaban. Madame Oluremi Tinubu, elle est l'administrateur, philanthrope. Elle est née le 21 septembre 1960. Madame Tinubu a fait ses études supérieures à l'université après lequel elle a Lagos. Elle a posé sa candidature aux élections. Elle est devenue membre député depuis le 28 mars 2015. Madame Tinubu, en reconnaissance de ses réalisations et réalisation de ses contributions à l'amélioration de la société, elle a été honorée plusieurs fois, localement et internationalement. Actuellement, elle est la 6e première dame du Nigeria. Félicitations, membre de député Oluremi Tinubu, la nouvelle première dame du Nigeria. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Go this way with the family. Go this way. Oh, yeah.
Applause for the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, congratulations once again.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président, félicitations au Président du 16e du Nigeria, Son Excellence, Président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Félicitations, Excellence.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the swearing in, what we shall be witnessing next is the lowering of the national and defense.
Welcome back. Still Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. The inauguration coverage, as you have heard, the oath taking has been completed, and now Nigeria has a new president in the person of President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We now have a president. We're no longer calling him the president-elect. As you heard, the oath taking has been completed. I think now, should I say, the whole weight of the country has asked the question that we have highlighted many times, the issues that have been going on with the country. So, of course, Matthew Okodwa is still here with us in the studio. So, we have announced, even Vice President-elect is no longer the term, is now Vice President. President Tinubu, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Kashim Shettima as a Vice President. So, of course, power has changed hand. Are we going to expect that the system of managing the country would also be different now that we have different individuals at the helm of affairs?
Tinubu's time as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria starts now.
Yes.
There's no more reference to Buhari, no more reference to Osinbajo, no more reference to any other person. Just as you said, the challenges of governing Nigeria rest fully from now on the shoulders of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has to deliver on his promise. And intelligently too, he has to now look at the issues of Nigeria and weigh the achievements of those matters against his promises. The law of dynamism is that it is what is achievable you do and not what you said.
Right.
If whatever you said it because you were not yet in the saddle. Now you are in the saddle. Whatever you said will be weighed against what is available. If what is available, correspond with what you said, so be it. But if not, don't be afraid to change direction. We need a direction that will make us to succeed, not a direction that you said.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's the thing. Nigerians do not appreciate when, our leaders decide to change tactic mid-administration. In fact, they would term it as lies being told to them. Like, this is not what you told us. I mean, many times people calling, this is not what you told us. But then, do you think that rather than always reference the promises that were made at the beginning, we should be open to a change in direction based on the realities of what is going on?
You have just said it. Open to a change in direction based on reality of the moment. If you say, okay, when I get to power, I will carry the whole. My name will be Atlas. I carry the whole world on my shoulders. That's what we call Atlas. And you find that by the time you get to power, and you cannot carry, the load will crush you. You say, no, I cannot carry it alone. I will need somebody else. You will explain to the people who are listening to you, because I cannot carry, I need somebody. I thought I could carry alone. That's why I made the promise. But now I cannot. I discovered realistically that I cannot carry. So any change you make, any shift you make from your promises, let it be known. Don't deny it. What Nigerians don't like is denial of a promise.
Right.
Not reason for shift. If you give us reason and not excuses for shifts, say it's like, for instance, he said, he will remove subsidy from day one. I mean, from today. They will remove subsidy. So, if by realistic consideration of issues on ground, he cannot, he should say, because of, yes, I promised it, I said so, but because of the interest of the country, interest of the average Nigerian, today it's not going to take effect from today. Let's work it out to know when it will take effect. Nigerians will believe that. To say it's not me that said it to, it's my party that said it to, it's not me. Who are you and who is your party?
I mean, that's the thing, because even the past president, it's so weird to say the past president, President Muhammadu Buhari, former president Muhammadu Buhari, he did say that I made promises. My party made promises. So, I mean, is there no harmonization between, personal promises and party promises? Are they different entities? Are they not one?
These are some of the deceptions in trying to trying to attain political office.
Right.
There's a lot of deceptions, statements that are not possible. Politicians make those statements in an attempt to make you vote for them. Then when they get elected and they are faced with the stark reality of the moment, they don't know what to do. There's nothing wrong if you make statement based on the fact you have as at that time. Now you are in power, the facts are different. they're facing you in the face. Then you can say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, because of like this, we are changing tactics. There's nothing wrong in explaining to us. But don't deny that you never made that statement. That is what Nigerians don't like. Nobody says you should remain where you are, even when it is not possible. No. But we have to move forward. So we have to change the statement. We have to change direction. I told you earlier, the law of intelligent action states the action you take must solve your problems.
Right.
It's not what you said. The action you take,
actions.
not what you said. Not what you said that should solve your problem. It is what you do that should solve your problem. If you take action that did not solve your problem, it means those are foolish actions. Any action that you take that solves your problem, they're intelligent actions.
Whether or not it's in tandem with what you had said.
What you had said earlier or not, yes.
Right.
Because your words, your past words will not solve the problem.
And things are changing very rapidly. So
Yes.
the idea you had when you made those statements would probably be different now that you
No.
are at the middle of it. Let's talk about the litigations, right?
Yes,
He is
yes.
now the president. And, many people are still saying that we're still going to have to wait, on the court. And, there's been argument about ideally all of this litigation should be concluded before anyone is sworn in. I mean,
between you and me, I actually wished
there are many people listening
as he's taking the mantle of office, that there will be nothing like a case in court. It should have been.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That would have been better.
This litigations, right? What effect do you think they're going to have on his administration? I know that as president, of course, there is immunity. That's the concept of immunity, so that court cases do not interfere with your ability to carry out your responsibility. But then again, these litigations are there. So what influence do you think that these multiple court cases are going to have on his leadership moving forward?
Well, he will be conscious that the cases are pending. And he doesn't know how the cases are going to end.
Right.
He will be manly to move forward, do what he wants to do until anything happens. But it will be coward for him to say, because there's a case in court, I won't do what I want to do. There's no vacuum. You are in government now. Until the case ends, you are the president. If it ends well, to God be the glory. If it's otherwise, to God be the glory. You move ahead in life. Nigeria also move ahead in life. There's nothing new under the sun. It has always happened. Governors have all been removed by courts, and what that should not stop him from performing. To say, okay, why have you not performed? Because there's a case in court. Who is going to take that one from you? Nobody. You have to perform. Thank God the case started before today.
Yes.
So everybody's aware. Everybody's expecting the court to decide on anything. So it can go anyway.
Right. Let's talk about the Constitution and what it accommodates. Now that he's there, do you think that conversation regarding, constitutional amendments and what have you would immediately take effect? Because, these are some of the things people are worried about, because some clauses in the Constitution were referenced, a couple of times as to how, they are contradictory and what have you. Do you think that maybe is one of the first things on his agenda, aside from the subsidy removal, which he seemed to have emphasized a lot, things that regarding the Constitution, adjustments and amendments? Do you also think this would probably be at the forefront of things that he would like to address in his first few days in office?
Constitutional amendment is not as easy as you may think. Because he's not the writer, so you cannot just strike it off like that. That's a process. That's a procedure for amending constitutions. So what he may do concerning the Constitution is to collect opinions and submissions about areas that are, sections that are controversial in the Constitution, and present them to the National Assembly, who will effect the amendment. He cannot just strike them off, because he's not the writer. They're not his prose. So he cannot just say, okay, I cancel this, put this. It's not easy for him.
Well, speaking of the National Assembly, I feel like a lot of people pay too much attention to who assume the seats of presidency, vice presidency, but we seem to have a disregard for, the Senate. And we don't know that they're literally called lawmakers. So even whatever idea that even the president has, for it to materialize, the Senate is going to have to say, they push it to the Senate to do something. So there's ruckus going on with the even power power distribution in the National Assembly. And I say root cause, very carefully, because it's a lot of, I was there before, I'm entitled to this position and what have you. So also, I'm still going to ask the question of what influence do you think the formation of the National Assembly as it is? This is going to be one of the most diverse National Assembly that we've had in a very, very long time. Also, how well do you think this is going to help his administration in solving the issues that we have already and also pushing his own agenda for the country?
You see, the National Assembly is actually the symbol of democracy, not the president itself. Because not the president, not any other minister, whatever, is the National Assembly, the lawmaking body, the overseeing body of government actions. The check and balance in democracy is the National Assembly. So it's actually the most or very important arm of government. Now, it can help or not help the administration, but we have so underplayed the role of the National Assembly extent in Nigeria that people now feel the National Assembly is just another arm of government that collects money, what do you call it now? Yeah, I mean, where people market their fingers. Right. Those you get money. So you get money. It shouldn't be. So National Assembly, the influence the executive is trying to, or the executive have tried to influence the National Assembly, is not healthy for us. To the extent that the leader of National Assembly said, we won't do anything to embarrass the president. It's not your business. It's the president that should do something not to be embarrassed by National Assembly. That's because your overseeing function of the presidential activities cannot be compromised. You are doing that on behalf of Nigerians. That is why it's called a democracy. So I think what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should do is just to allow the National Assembly to use to get their own officials, to elect their own leaders, then try and work with the leaders. Then two, before you have a project that will require the National Assembly attention, have your liaison office with National Assembly. Look, I have this project. How will National Assembly respond to this kind of thing? That's how you work. Don't say because I appointed the Senate President, I gave him that privilege. So whatever you are taking to the National Assembly becomes fait accompli. No, it's not.
So you're saying that the president should not necessarily have so much of a say on those who assume certain positions at the National Assembly?
He shouldn't as a president, but his party can. I mean, the party that has the majority, not just his party now, the party that has the majority should work to make sure that they have some certain officials. Because in other climes, the National Assembly stay independent. For our National Assembly to be independent, I mean, for our democracy to be true democracy, the National Assembly should be independent.
Right.
So if the president appoints or influences the appointment of National Assembly leaders, the independence is in doubt.
Right. Thank you very much, Matthew Okodwa. We did promise you that we have a long list of analysts that would be joining us to discuss different aspects of our life as Nigerians, especially now that we have a new leader, the President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course the Vice President Kashim Shettima. Expectations are high. What are you going to do differently? What is going to be the compilation of your team? How well are they going to be able to assist you? And of course, that will begin by 11 a.m. We would take, of course, our first public affairs analyst who would be joining us via the phone lines to have conversations with myself, Sage Babalola, of course, Omobola Sandra is still in the studio, and Matthew Okodwa. We tell you again that the oath taking has been completed. I just wanted to put that out there. So you may refer to Muhammadu Buhari as the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And right now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president. Kashim Shettima is the vice president. So update your current affairs booklets and what have you. All right. So my name is Sage Babalola. A brief break, of course. And when we come back, like I said before, we'll have our first analyst joining us virtually to have conversations. Now that power has changed hands, what is going to be different about the state of the nation?
When the airwaves in your market become more and more crowded. It's time to break it open and really stand out. It's here.
Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos.
Hey there, how is business? Would you like to advertise with us at Mainland 98.3 FM, where you get to connect with a large base of passionate fans and ardent listeners of our broadcasts? We have flexible and highly competitive advert rates to suit your needs by negotiation. Contact us today on 0913 6000 420, 0913 6000 420, or send an email to info@mainlandfm.com.
All right. Yes, it is still Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. Congratulations to all Nigerians home and abroad. We have a new president. You know, I was just watching the TV right now and I saw former President Muhammad Buhari. Yeah, and that just like that.
That's just the reality of
just
life.
Like that.
Power is transient. Yes.
Just like that. Just like that, you know, he was the #1 man in the country. He made all of the decisions, and you know, everyone practically, you know, swore some sort of allegiance to him. And here we are now. He's been referred to as former, and now we have a president, the 16th Democrat, the 16th president, and. Hold on, I don't know why. I think I'm excited.
That's so excited. Just calm down. It's understandable, you know.
Aren't you excited, Sage? I don't know. It just means that, you know, there's some sort of newness that is coming. It gives some sort of
breath
hope.
of fresh air. Yes.
Don't you think, Fuad? I mean, yes, we have some people have their doubts. Some people are being cautious and all of that. But the fact that, you know, it's no longer this person. It is now a totally brand new person. It just brings some sort of hope.
Yes, of course. If you look at even the manifesto of the APC, I'm sure that they understand the mood of the nation. They understand what Nigerians have gone through in the last 8 years, and I'm sure that was what necessitated, you know, branding their manifesto renewed hope. I think more than ever before, Nigerians need that hope. They need something to at least give them that feeling that, look, things can always get better, because I must say that, look, this is not the best of times for the country. And like he also said, you know, in the papers this morning, there's a new president, now President Bola Ahmed, you know, but I see that a lot of us are still struggling, you know, to call him properly, to put it out there properly. It's now President Bola Ahmed, you know, and, you know, we're just watching President Muhammadu Buhari now leaving the Eagle Square. I'm sure he will catch in the next flight to his home state, where he said he's going to be retiring, you know, staying away from politics, you know. So it's a big moment for Nigeria. The fact that we now have been able to, you know, have peaceful transition from 1999 till date without any form of military incursion. It is very important. I've always said it that, look, we have our challenges with our democracy. We have developmental issues. We have a lot of issues with our economy. We have insecurity issues. But I think that, look, you know, the worst of democratic government cannot be compared to anything military government. So we must continue to encourage peaceful transition. We must continue to encourage the organic development of our democracy, and that's what we are seeing here. So we have Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president now. Again, looking at him, you know, taking the oath of office as president, a lot historic moments, you know, comes to mind. I remember how he started his politics sometime in 1991, joining the People's Democratic Movement, a party that a lot of Nigerians don't even know. You know, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians who participated in that election don't know there was a party called the PDM, led by the late Chief of Staff and Supreme Headquarters, Major General Shehu Musa Yaradua. That's the elder brother to the late Musa Yar'Adua, the former president. And that was where he started his political journey before joining the Social Democratic Party, the SDP, where he contested and became a senator on that particular platform, you know. So a lot also on the fact that, look, this was a man that was not just elected as a senator, he was also actively involved in the Abacha era, the fight to return democracy to Nigeria. We can't forget in already NADECO days the fact that, look, at some point he had to even leave the country to seek asylum in the United States of America. He stayed some years in Benin Republic, also actively participating in the activities of NADECO and Radio Kudirat, which was a radio station set up to ensure that pressure was put on Jerasoni Abacha to, you know, relinquish power to the eventual winner of that election. So in terms of democratic activism, he has that record. He was there. It was not like, oh, somebody who just came to inherit the dividends of democracy. At some point, he was almost going to even lose his life. People like Pa Abraham Adesonya, Bola Ige would attest, you know, these are late people who also fought for democracy, would attest to the fact that, look, he supported NADECO. In fact, a lot of political activists at that time who left the country to stay in the U.S. said that, look, he was the one taking care of them, financing their activities. And then, of course, he came back in 1999. For people who also remember, at that time, you had the AC, which was the second political party to the PDP. People said that, look, that ticket, the Lagos State ticket of that party was to go to Funsho Williams. But because of his activities in NADECO and with Afenifere, he was given that the ticket and he became the governor of Lagos State. And today, the rest is history. Because whether we like it or not, the turning point in his political career and life was when he became the governor of Lagos State. And here you had a man that said, look, from that day, he started nursing the ambition to become president. He said it's a lifelong ambition. Now that ambition has come to fruition. He's now the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I must say that, look, a big one for history, a big one for Nigeria, and a big one for him too, because he's coming at a time where there's a lot that he needs to shoulder now. He's now the father of the nation. He's now the president of the nation. I had Matthew Okodwa saying that, look, one of the biggest challenges he would have to face now is how to unite the country. More than ever before, the country is divided along religious lines, along ethnic lines, and it is important that, look, because again, you can't build something on nothing. You know, for you to be able to drive your developmental policies, you must have the entire nation behind you. And so we're waiting to see the steps he makes, you know, the decisions he makes to unite the entire country. The agitations are too much. The division is very, very obvious. In fact, the last election indicated clearly how divided we are as a nation. But again, congratulations to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And of course, it's a moment to hope that things will get better for the country.
All right, thank you very much, Sahid Fuhad. So much great expectations, high hopes as we, you know, welcome Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All right, now we are going to be connecting with one of our many analysts this morning, who would also be looking, you know, forward to some sort of new hope, some sort of renewed hope, some sort of great expectation. What do you expect, and what are your thoughts for the new president? We'll be having Professor Awurawo David, who is the HOD, or the head of department, History and Strategic Studies, yes, at the University of Lagos. He will be joining us via the phone line. Let's take some cursory look into what is to expect and what is not. At the Eagle Square right now, the former president has left already. He has done what he needs to get done.
Yeah. 8 years.
8 years.
See how time flies.
Just like that. And now he's being referred to as former President Muhammadu Buhari has left the Eagle Square, and now we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself inspecting the guard of honor. That is what is currently.
And we have the first lady, new first lady, also looking so radiant, you know. Don't you think?
No, I don't think.
Okay, I'm telling you.
I think.
Say things. So that's
very beautiful and looking very radiant, you know.
I leave that to both of you. You know, someone was just, I was having a conversation with someone just now, and I don't know. A lot of people are skeptical. Oh no, we shouldn't say so much. We shouldn't be so excited. We should be, we just be watching. And I just feel that with all of the tension and all of the pressure that has built up until this very moment, I think it is something that's a win for Nigeria.
A win, yes, a win, because again, if you look at all the African nations who have not been able to have such peaceful transition. You know, you understand why it's a win, whether we like it or not. For people who supported Obi or Atiku or Shinumbu, the reality is that for us to have been able to have a peaceful transition, for us to still remain together like this, again, I always say it. Look at what is happening in Sudan, for example. That was once a democratic nation. Look at what is happening to them. Look at Burkina Faso. Look at Mali. Look at other African countries who are in a war situation. Or do we talk about Syria? Do we talk about which is Pakistan that has not been able to even have a complete tenure of any president in that country? You know, you understand why it is important for us to celebrate. But again, a lot of questions on the unity of the country. A lot of questions on performance in terms of governance as far as Nigeria is concerned. But the reality is that we must still celebrate. We must continue to push our hopes and hope that, look, the new president, would give us at least the dividends of democracy that we've always wanted since 1999, or probably since when we got independence in 1960.
All right, thank you very much. We are trying to connect with Professor Awurawa David, but it seems not to be any success from this end. But then we'll still try to get on. We have quite the list that we are going to be speaking with this morning, not just him. We'll also be looking, speaking with, or we also look forward to speaking with Dr. Tuyi Meba Odum, who is a public affairs analyst. He will also be joining in via the phone line. On the list, we also have Chief Gabe Okoye, who is a congressman, House of Reps in the United States of America. I will also be looking at speaking with Professor or Chief Obiora Okonkwo, who is the president of Airline Operators of Nigeria. So it's a long list. Do stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Say 98.3 Mainland FM.
You're listening to the sound of Lagos. Mainland FM 98.3.
Hey there, how is business? Would you like to advertise with us at Mainland 98.3 FM, where you get to connect with a large base of passionate fans and ardent listeners of our broadcast? We have flexible and highly competitive advert rates to suit your needs by negotiation. Contact us today on 0913-6000-420, 0913-6000-420, or send an email to info@mainlandfm.com.
Welcome back, Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. So we do have a new president, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima. Conversations are still around. What exactly are we expecting from this current administration, this Tinubu-led administration? Before we were saying, what is he going to do once he gets power? Now the conversation is, now that he has power, what is he going to do? Also, we've spoken about, the National Assembly, the make of the National Assembly being one of the most diverse National Assembly that we've seen at the moment. Also, should he even have a hand in how power moves in the National Assembly? Also, how do we start to hold him responsible for some of the promises that he has made? How fast are we even expecting him to start to implement some of the plans that he has for the nation? My name is Sage Babalola. Fuad Side is, of course, still here in the studio. Omobala Sandra is also here. We did promise you a very extensive conversation with analysts across board who will bring, new perspective to the wasn't many dialogue that we would have on radio today. So Fuad Said, now he has power. Power is in his hand. In fact, he has started, his role as president. Everything is going on. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has left the venue. He has done what he's supposed to do, handed over power. But then again, people have been saying that, yes, we have a new president. Yes, it's a new personality. But then again, you still have something of a connection with the administration that we had in the past by means of the party. So you might be a different person, but you're still under the same umbrella. Most of your ideas will probably still have to go through the same set of people. And yes, we already spoke to Matthew Kodwa, who said that might be a difficult task for him, because you might be different, but the people around you, they are the same. And those are the people that would definitely have something of an influence on how well you're able to implement whatever plans you have for the nation. How difficult then do you think that tax would be, right? Convincing them of your own strategy, since the party is still the same. Do you see it being a difficult tax, especially because of the allegations that the party was working against him during the campaign period? Well,
again, whatever difference he's able to bring to the table will be in the kinds of policies is able to bring to bear. Again, a lot of Nigerians will be watching out for the kinds of appointments he makes. We're expecting that by the time we wake up tomorrow, for example, we'll have announcements on the Minister of Defense, which there can be a lacuna in that regard. So we're expecting that it will be able to make that immediate announcement. We're also expecting that, again, because to tidy up the presidency as it is, who is going to appoint as his chief of staff. That those are roles that are very, very important to his performance as president. So we'll be looking out to see the personality that is going to appoint as the chief of staff. We're also going to be looking at who is going to appoint as the secretary to the government, which is also very, very important. And ultimately, because of our experience with the rule of law and processes in Nigeria when it comes to legal issues, we're also going to be looking at who is going to appoint as the Attorney General of the Federation. Yes. Remember that whoever becomes the Attorney General of the Federation is going to be his chief legal advisor, because all of the reforms that we're expecting from him as president, all of the policies that we're expecting from him as president needs a lot of legal backing. If he doesn't have a well-grounded person, somebody who understands constitution, who understands legal issues, to guide him as he makes progress with some of his policies, then there's going to be a lot of problems. So key issues for me that we're going to be waiting to see what happens with them. Anything from tomorrow. I'm sure that after all of the ceremonies today, probably we won't take some minutes to rest,
hit the ground running.
And then, of course, hit the ground running. We've always said it, look, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu does not have the luxury of time to, for example, stay 6 months without appointing ministers. He can't do that. Nigeria is not in the mood for that.
6 month period.
No, it's not going to happen. And again, he's also taking over at a point where he has no luxury of making excuses, because again, this is not anything PDP now. It's 16
no
years
opposition to blame.
No opposition to blame now.
Right.
You can't continue to blame the party he supported to take over. So, but he has an opportunity again. Because again, if you look at Renewed Hope, I tried to look at it as a communicator, and then from the perspective of what they are trying to tell Nigerians, they came with the change mantra in 2015. The APC came with the change mantra in 2015, and I think in 2019 it was something forward ever or something. It was something about moving forward. But the idea of Renewed Hope, because again, people have said that, look, what Asiwaju basically did with the Renewed Hope mantra was to look at what we missed in 1993 with MKO Abiola, who a lot of Nigerians believe would have been one of the best presidents we have ever had in the country. That was the democracy that was truncated by IBB and all of that. So that, look, because again, he's someone that worked closely with MKO Abiola when he became a senator then. He's also someone of the SDP extraction. He's also someone that a lot of people believe also comes from the Awoist movement, somebody that believes in the legacies of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He's also someone that people believes in the ideologies and strategies of the late Chief MKO Abiola. That what he's doing basically with Renewed Hope is to tell us that, look, whatever we missed then, in the charisma, in the capacity of Chief MKO Abiola, I'm going to bring it to bear as a Yoruba man and the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we'll be waiting to see that. Politically, he has the capacity, Sage. I must say that, he understands politics. And like I said earlier in the morning, this is the first time we are having someone we can call a thoroughbred politician becoming president in Nigeria. We have never had it before. Shehu Shagari, a lot of people will tell you he was not really a politician. He was a grade 2 teacher before he was elected and all of that. But here we are a president who was a former senator,
a governor,
two-term
governor,
and now a president. So if it's about the politics of Nigeria, he understands it very well. He has also been an activist. He's also worked in the business world.
Yeah.
So if you put all of that together, this is the first time that we're having an all-rounder as a president. But look, those are the qualities. What of the willpower to now do the right things? Right. That's the big question. Because I said it, I think, about a week ago that, look, if Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will succeed as president, it has to be that from the beginning of his administration, he sees Nigeria as a legacy project. That look, I've dreamt to become president. I've worked very hard. I've played politics. I've survived all manner of political backlash. I've survived all manner of political jimmy. Look, this was a man that, look, when there was an onslaught from the PDP, when Chief Olusegun Obasanjo was the president, he was the last man standing. That was an holocaust. That was a kind of holocaust that swept the entire Southwest away from the hand of the ACN then. But he survived it as the last man standing. And through that survival, he was able to recalibrate again and bring the entire Southwest back to the fold of his party. Before he now, of course, stretched his stand across the Niger, made political alliances, and here you are, he has become president. But, again, if he sees Nigeria as a legacy project, if he sees Nigeria that, look, there's nothing more to take, there's nothing more to achieve. This is the final ambition for me, and I want to make a legacy. I want to, so that when I leave, my name will be written in gold. If he has that ambition, that mind, honestly, he will succeed. Because that will now be the guiding principles for him for every policies he implements. So when you have that kind of idea, vested interest is taken away. You are not looking for money. This corruption takes you. You are not even looking at anything to steal or anything. You are just there to work for the people. But if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu decides to now begin to build a political empire, and I'm marking my words carefully, if he decides to now begin to build a political empire, and I say a political empire where he thinks that, oh, maybe after 4 years or 8 years of my presidency, I want to sit back in my empire and begin to choose who becomes what, and you know, that kind of thing where you now want to continue to rule for the rest of your life, maybe by proxy or by appointing or choosing people, I must tell you he's going to fail. This is not the time for him to sit back and think of building a political empire. This is the time for him to look and say, look, I have a 4 years mandate, all things being equal. That 4 years, I want it to count. I want Nigerians to feel that, for the first time, we have a president working for the good of the country. If he's doing that, if he does that, then I think, he's on the path to greatness.
Fuad, forgive me. Let me extract from what you said. You said if he, takes it upon himself that at least for the first 4 years, Nigerians will know that I have a president, or we have a president that's working for the good of the country. Let's do this with, he has said that, some of the things he will do, for example, subsidy removal, it might be very uncomfortable for us. So do you think that maybe we should emphasize the fact that his coming in is not an immediate relief of some kind? Of course, there are things he can do that can, just maybe ease off the issues that we're dealing with at the moment, but should we talk about the fact that immediate relief might not be the case? Because just like myself and Sandra were saying in the morning, there are still many issues that he probably will spend the first 2 years, depending on how fast he can work to resolve those issues first before whatever agenda he has for the country now begins. He begins the implementation process. So then again, how do we speak to Nigerians that yes, there's a new person, but then the problems are still there, and his first phase, about giving him time to first resolve the foundational issues that we have before we can now say, you've had 2 years, you've not been able to do anything. Fixing the problem, how can we tell Nigerians that is also part of doing something before he now changes?
I think there are quick wins that he can work on very, very fast. And that would in itself assure Nigerians that, hey, it means business and he's ready to work for the good of the people. There are very, very fast things he can do, very, very quick wins that he can quickly achieve. So whatever is now going to come in terms of policy that may bring some form of hardship on the people, you'll see Nigerians now beginning to understand within that, okay, if he's able to do this other one, may bring some form of hardship, but hey, at the end of the day, let's just trust him. And those quick wins would first have to start with his ability to be able to unite the country. That does not require time. It's just about policies, really. Immediate policies. The Southeast, we know the agitation in the Southeast. He needs to quickly attend to it. I suggest that, look, it looks at a political solution. The other ones will be insecurity, for example, in the North. These are just about security failure and lapses. It needs to quickly fix that. The willingness to do the right thing, punish people, ensure that, look, there's accountability also in the way we invest in our security arrangement and all of that is also very important. So its ability to show that, look, I'm for everybody. I'm working for the good of the country. Whether you supported me or did not support me in the last election, I'm now the president of Nigeria. I'm interested in the well-being and goodness of everybody, irrespective of political affiliations or and all of that. If he's able to quickly put himself in that position, then the leverage comes to now begin to build. You know, when people trust you, they understand with you.
No matter what you do.
No matter what you do, they understand with you. And then accountability is also something that does not require time.
Transparency.
So if you are accountable and transparent to the people, they will understand with you that, okay, these things I is doing will take some time. But when you begin to do things and it's shrouded in secrecy, it's shrouded in mystery. And that's why it's important for us to also see the people that are going to be working with the president, the new president, when it comes to information management. That's also very, very important, because a lot of the issues of distrust when it comes to governance are about perception.
Right.
So it needs good heads who understands how to communicate with the people. Its information managers must understand that, look, the elections are over. So propaganda should end. Now it's about what? Proper information. There's no need for disinformation or misinformation. This is the time to put out the right information to the people, begin to sensitize them, orientate them, be available to the people. I must say that one of the shortfalls, one of the negatives of the Buhari presidency was that he was not even ready to speak to the people.
Poor communication.
Extreme poor communication, you know. To the extent that even people that were criticizing him were labeled as whalers by his information managers. You know, you are supposed to win people to the side of the president, not even push people away from him. So he needs people who understand, who have the emotional intelligence, who have the emotional balance to manage information around him, so that when he's going ahead with policies, people understand it. People know where it's going to. And it's also available to the people. This is not the time to shut the local media out of the presidency. This is not the time to shun Nigerians when there's an agitation. This is the time for him to be available, talk to Nigerians, sell his policies to them. In fact, there's a way you communicate with the people. You speak to their conscience that they begin to even own the presidency. They will continue to defend you. They own the presidency. But if you decide to be on the other side, you know that, look, you just stay there.
Or the exemption or the feeling of it. We have a analyst on the line already, so let's have
information I'm getting from Okwemi Akinode is that inauguration is still ongoing of the deputy governor. That's what's currently ongoing. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, by the way. You can watch the program live on Facebook and Urians. Thank you very much. Yes, it's a Nigerian thing. We're all excited. We can't wait for what this new dawn would actually bring. And I can't wait for post-inauguration conversations. For the conversation that we're having on WhatsApp right now. I can't wait for that conversation, to go on air. But as we're trying to connect with Okwemi Akinode to see what exactly is happening, we also know that also in Ogun State as well, things are still ongoing. Have you on air? How's the weather over there?
It's been raining and raining and raining. But like I said the other time, some of governors in Lagos, Lagos had always experienced heavy downpour. So I guess the hope taking and the swearing for the deputy governor, that's Dr. Kadri Obasemi Hamzat, is going on at the moment. And after then, he's been with the wife of the deputy.
We're losing you, Okwemi. We're losing you, Okwemi. We can't hear you. We may have to reconnect with you. Okay, we may have to reconnect with you. We can barely hear you. Apologies for that. That did not come out right. All right, but then you are still listening to Milan 98.3 FM, and we are connecting with Okwemi, who is live at TBS, who is giving us updates on what is happening there. Yes, Okwe.
Yes, as I was saying, the moment we're witnessing the whole taking and of the deputy governor, Dr. Kadri Obasemi Hamzat, and of course it's been administered by the CJ, that's the Commissioner of Justice for Lagos State, and the whole taking is being witnessed by his wife, and of course his children, and the entire Lagos. We are hoping that immediately after this, we'll also witness that of His Excellency Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu being returned again for the second time after the election that was conducted on the 18th of March 2023. So Lagosians are hopeful and positive for the next years going forward.
All right, thank you very much. But in your own assessment of this, what is going on right now at TBS, how long do you think the rest of the ceremony is going to be?
Well, I guess it's the blessing of today as Lagosians will see the rain that really, brought us to this point. Which probably would have been done by now, because what that reached out to the media yesterday was that His Excellency would, want to get the job done as quick as possible so that they can depart for Abuja to witness the swearing of the now president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But as it is now, we are still here. But hopefully in the next couple of minutes, now we're done with administering of oath and, of course, the swearing for the deputy governor of the state, that's Dr. Bafemi Hamzat, is already taking his oath of office. And after then, we are expecting also that His Excellency, the governor, will have his own oath taken as well, equally administered by the CJ of the state. So after then, there will be goodwill messages that will be taken, and we would expect that the program, call it a day at the TBS for this time around.
All right, thank you very much, Okwe. There's not much happening at Eagle Square either. We're having the parade. Yes, yeah, that's what's happening. Inauguration parade. That's what's ongoing. The former president has left Eagle Square, but we'll connect with you back much later on for more details.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's Okwemi at TBS. Is there so much to look forward to
in Lagos State? This is our home state. A lot of expectations from Governor Sanwo-Olu, second term, another 4 years. A lot of Nigerians believe that governors on the second term don't do too much, like their first term. That look is always like, I'm leaving office. There's really nothing to mark me on in terms of performance. But Lagos is a state that still requires a lot of development. It's a mega city. I always say it. Lagos is a mega city not because of our level of development in terms of infrastructure. Yeah, it's the sixth largest economy in Africa as a city. But it's just because of our population. That's why we are regarded as a mega city. There's still a lot that needs to happen. If you are to compare Lagos to other mega cities of the world, like Beijing, like New York and other cities where you have these kinds of population, but what of the level of infrastructure, the orderliness? And this is a city that, look, you can't run 2 appointments in a day because of traffic. We need to work on our public transportation system. Very, very important. Because, again, we're only scratching the surface. If after almost 20 years, the blue rail is not working yet, that's a monorail that Alhaji Lateef Jakonde would have concluded in the 80s. As we speak, we inaugurated the rail, but it's not working. That people said it was a campaign gimmick and all of that. So we need to fix. Look, if there's no other thing we can do, can we just fix public transportation? Lagos is blessed, whether anybody likes it or not. I was in Badagry recently, and the lagoon connects to all parts of Lagos. What are we doing with water transportation? As it is, we have jetties, but it's still left in the hands of local boat riders and all of that. We need to work on that intermodal transport plan that was, initiated by the new president. Because people always say, oh, he's the father of the new Lagos. He created all of the ideas. But I was at the unveiling of the intermodal transport plan for Lagos. Anybody can go to the Lamata website. There's a transport plan for Lagos there. It talks about, even the BRT buses. As it is, what we have is not a proper BRT system, what you call a bus rapid transit system. Go to other cities and see how it's run. What we have here, maybe because of vested interest or lack of capacity. Look at the Ikorodu road end of how we run the BRT system. There's always crowd and all of that. So we need to have a proper... Look, there's no reason why we shouldn't have rail systems. If you look at Lamata's website, we are supposed to have the blue rail, we are supposed to have the red rail, we are supposed to have the green rail, yellow rail running different parts of Lagos. So if we are supposed to have that multiple rail systems connecting Lagos to other parts of Lagos and Ogun State, and we are struggling to, in fact, there's even a yellow rail, was supposed to be 5. I think the blue rail is supposed to connect CMS to Badagry. The red rail is the one going to Songo and the rest. You have the one going, the yellow rail is supposed to, I think, to go to Aja. And so we have 5 rail systems as proposed. And the blue rail that we are struggling to do, even the first phase is not running as we speak. So this is not the time for him to drop the ball and say, oh, okay, it's a second term. He's not consolidating anything. In fact, he's supposed to now double his effort so that the Gaussians can really see the benefits of his administration. But again, I think he's also going to leverage on the fact that, look, Lagos now have a direct connection to Abuja. And that's always been the selling point anyways, that, look, we are supposed to benefit from the fact that we now have a Lagosian as the president. So if there are things that Lagos has been wanting to get, for example, from the federal government, this is the time to really work with Asiwaju to get some of these things done, get the leverage done, and then have Lagos positioned properly as a mega city.
You know, I was going to get into that. You know, is there anything that Lagos, since you have the former the president himself now, the president who was the former governor of the state of Lagos State, and who was also a former senator representing
Lagos West.
Lagos West. Okay, so if there was going to be any sort of influence, remember once upon a time where Lagos for almost 8 years suffered the fact that this allocation issues from the federal government, where Lagos had to be self-sufficient for a very long while. Yes, so if we that would change now, or if there will be some sort of huge impact or huge influence that Lagos is going to enjoy from the fact that
we now have President Tinubu. No. I think yes. Like I said, that's always been the selling point. For example, there are some federal government properties, for example, that Lagos have always said, look, give it back to the state. Let's just own these properties and make the best of them. For example, the National Stadium in Surulere. There's also the Federal Secretariat in Ikoyi. So many properties. Even the National Theatre and everything around it in Igomu there. The Lagos State government always said, look, give this property to Lagos. Let's make it work for the state. It's still going to be a federal property, but we can always take over these properties and make the best from it. Remember that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor wanted an independent power for Lagos. That was when the Aeron project was initiated, but it was stopped by Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Maybe this is the time to have an independent power arrangement for Lagos State, because Lagos needs to be well powered. Energy is one of the things a mega city like Lagos needs.
All right, Okwayemi, over to you.
Yes, Sandra, we just witnessed the oath taking and the swearing of the Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Kadri Hamzat, of course, witnessed by his family, and we're about to witness for a second term the Executive Governor of the state, also Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But in continuation of our goodwill messages for well-meaning Lagosians, hard-working Lagosians, committed Lagosians, I have Dr. Uchenna Festus, the global president of Igbo Stakeholders and the founder of the G52. He's also going to, on behalf on behalf of the good people, is going to extend his good wish to the people of Lagos and Nigeria ultimately. Good to have you, Dr. Uchenna Festus.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's been a very eventful 4 years, from 2019 to now. And then the voters are hoping that the election of Governor Sanwo-Olu, what do you think the Gaussians should expect? I haven't seen what we've seen in the last 4 years. What do you think the Gaussians should expect going forward?
Gaussians should expect more work, because anyone that knows how to do work best. In my parable, there's a saying that anything that is properly done is called beautiful. I believe Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu knows how to do things properly, and he did it properly in his last 4 years administration. And we should expect also in the remaining 4 years a better way of doing things properly, because he's a civilized leader, and also a leader with absolute humility and intellectual prowess with the spirit of our Lord Jesus Christ. And I believe he will do greater than he did before. Let's continue praying for him. I also believe he will continue unifying and uniting all Lagosians. Thank you.
Okay, you represent, we founded. Okay, you had the integrated campaign council for the re-election of Governor Sanwo-Olu, and going forward, we knew that there were a lot of issues that have to do with tribe and all of that in the election. How can we consolidate on the case, especially from the organization that you represent, going forward in the next 4 years?
The rift is what I don't know, but I cannot speak for individuals' relationship and the governor. There are still oppositions in everything we do. I believe the news about the Igbos and Yorubas and all that not being friends, I don't really believe in that, but I think it's a section of people that have their personal ideology, and that I believe that does not have anything to do with the governor, because governor has always welcomed the Igbos, and I believe he will also continue to do it by the special grace of Almighty God.
Thank you very much, and of course, we appreciate your presence today. Sandra.
Yes.
Well, that was Dr. Uchenna Festus. Yes, he's the founder and global coordinator of GPC. The GPC is a consolidation of interest group in the Integrated Campaign Council for the re-election of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So, as it is now, we are witnessing the oath-taking of His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term in office, and that will take us from now to 2027. The downpour here is heavy, but we're here just to provide all of the information Lagosians need to know on Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos.
Thank you very much, Okwemi. Thank you. Please take cover. Appreciate. We'll connect with you back for more details.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, that we heard from Okwemi Akinode from the Tafawa Balewa Square. Things are going on as it should go. So, for what side, we're having a conversation about you, because you spoke about unity as one of the, biggest area of concentration of the new administration, and you mentioned the Southeast, reasonably so. And you said that maybe a political solution might be the wise thing to do. Some might say that, most of the agitation was propelled by the fact that, the Southeasterners believe that they were marginalized, not just politically, but economically as well. But I would like to reference the second Niger Bridge, for example, as maybe the first step, which was done by the previous administration. So what continuation plan in including the Southeast do you think this current administration needs to look into? There's been propositions of maybe you should have, maybe a backdoor conversation with Nnamdi Kanu, or maybe, should I say, stakeholders in the Southeast. So, but my question still boils down to what continuation plan, aside from the second Niger Bridge, which is a sign of economic inclusion, what other strategy do you think that he might need to consider to prove to the Southeasterners and every other, maybe zone that believed to be excluded? What do you think he needs to do regarding that?
Well, the issue with Nnamdi Kanu is just like the new phase of the Southeast agitation. It has been there, even right from the Civil War era. The post-Civil War conversation has always been that, look, that part of the country has not been properly united, giving a sense of belonging as far as Nigeria is concerned. That's a conversation that has always been there. So what you just have in Nnamdi Kanu is a new phase of that agitation. And I think that, look, I still think that the best way to handle him is to look for a political solution to that particular problem, because there are always ways out. I think it was the late President Yaradua that did something like that when he came into power. There were a lot of agitation in different parts of the country. Asari Dokibo in the South, for example, you had militants bombing pipelines, doing all manner of things, kidnapping oil workers and the rest. You had also the Odua People's Congress, who are also forming some form of trouble in the Southwest. They have all been arrested at a point during the regime of President Olusegun Obasanjo. But Yaradua came in and he released them without any consequences or anything, as a way of uniting the country. I think he was also the one that initiated the amnesty program for militants in the South, and somehow that brought some form of peace to that region. So that is the kind of political solution I'm talking about. But beyond looking for solutions to the Nnamdi Kanu question. When we talk about inclusion as far as the Southeast is concerned, again, there are people who tell you that, look, it's still the only region with 5 states in Nigeria. The others have 6. In fact, the Northwest has 7. So why is it that, look, that is one region that still has 5 states, where others have 6, and then you have the Northwest having 7? So that's one thing. The other one is to have a development master plan for the Southeast. But the problem with that is that the president cannot run it alone. He has to work with the governors. And that was why earlier in the morning I said that, look, we may set the agenda for the president. What about the governors? Because, governance is not limited to the federal government alone. The governors are an integral part of the development of the country. They get allocations every month. They have their own security votes and all of that. So I think it needs to sit down with stakeholders in the Southeast. And that's what I mean by, look, letting them understand that you are a president for everyone. You don't want the narrative of, the Southeast didn't vote for me and so I'm not interested. No. He has to sit down with them. Have a clear master plan for the development of the Southeast. It could be commercial, now center of the country. Work with the governors, business stakeholders. Look at their agitations. Look at what they have. And then bring it to the table and begin to show seriousness and the willingness to implement those things. And I'm sure that, look, before you know it, maybe again, we'll have some very good, because the Southeast has always been peaceful, really. Until recently, when these agitations of IPOB and the rest started, and now we have situations where we don't know which one is worse off now, whether it's the Northeast or the Southeast. So we're hoping that, look, it sits with them in the Southeast, speak with their leaders, the governors, political stakeholders, business stakeholders, community leaders, to find a lasting solution to the troubles in the Southeast.
Right. All right. I know we've had this conversation or something around this conversation earlier on with Matthew Okodwa, but then we thought to bring it up again. And this is as regards the legislature and, the expected influence or support or partnership that's supposed to happen between the executive and the legislature. The former president, Muhammadu Buhari, said that the 9th National Assembly is the most productive National Assembly in Nigeria's history. I'm sure he has reasons why he would say that. But then now the 10th National Assembly, the incoming National Assembly now, already has some sort of interesting, intrigues. Ongoing. Aside from the fact that, the opposition parties have the majority numbers, especially at the lower chamber, that's the House of Representatives. But then going forward, what would you, or how would you say, or how would you advise, or yes, let me put it that way, the incoming administration, especially the executive, when it comes to relationship with the legislature?
Well, again, as it is, I think that it needs a supportive legislative arm of government. We are not saying we should have a rubber stamp, because again, we need to situate these issues properly, because the argument has always been, it needs an assembly that should work with him, that should support his vision, because again, truthfully, all of the issues that we're putting before the president, the new president, a lot of them require a lot of constitutional amendment. A lot of them require legislative framework to see them through. So he would have to work with the National Assembly to achieve most of those things. We've talked about constitutional review. Whether we want to unbundle what we have as national grid, it still has to go to the Assembly. If we're talking about state police in terms of security, it still has to go to the National Assembly. A lot of the policies will still have to scale through legislative arrangements and procedures. If we're talking about autonomy of local government, anything we're talking about, as far as landmark changes is concerned with our policies, would have to still go through the National Assembly for review. So it needs a supportive assembly, but not a rubber stamp. Because again, there's a thin line between democracy and autocracy. But before you know, if you have a rubber stamp assembly, everything just continues to fly. The loans we need or we don't need, it flies. Every policy just flies because we have a rubber stamp assembly. We are talking about an assembly that is able to do its job when it comes to checks and balances, and still give the needed support when it comes to legislative framework to achieve the aims of the new president, of course, to turn things around for the country. So his relationship with them should start by understanding that, look, he cannot dominate them. The new president must understand that, look, he has to allow the assembly function as an independent arm of government. The idea of trying to be having too much hand in the activity should, because again, what would happen is that you are going to have renegades in the House. If you look at the composition of the House of Reps now, for the first time we have the opposition having the numbers. They have 182 to 178. The whole opposition put together 182. The APC has 178. So it means they have the numbers. So what would happen is that, look, if if the assembly, for example, become too apprehensive of the influence of the president, what you have is that, look, people will now begin to revolt. And then that would mark the beginning of problems for him, because what will happen is that, look, he brings policies to the house, they begin to fight it. So he needs them to work with him. But the best way to get them to work with him is to allow them function as an independent arm of government.
But then we have a situation where now there's the tussle of who becomes what as regards the leadership of the 10th National Assembly.
Yeah.
That conversation is still ongoing. We're still looking forward to June 5, where they would also have their own election
day
flash,
to know who becomes what.
Inauguration and who becomes what at the end of the day. But then there's, conversations ongoing in corners that the president now, who was president-elect then, was consulted as regards
those
how
decisions,
the APCS would put together their candidates forward for who they want to become what, or who they don't want to become what. There's already that influence, there's already that involvement in all of that. And there's one thing that Matthew Okodowa said earlier, is the fact that number one thing that we should look forward to from the incoming administration is unifying the country. So when we already have such inconvenience, let me put it that way, at the initial stage of before inauguration of the assembly, what's to expect?
Well, there's still
because
time
you didn't factor in the politics that that's going on behind the
scenes. Well, again, whatever has been done, there's still time to undo it, really. And we said it again that this is the first time we're having a president who is a thoroughbred politician. He understands the politics. So I'm sure that, look, he will also be taking notes. He would also be looking at some of the dissatisfactions within his party and what some of these elected assembly members are saying, whether as senators or House of Reps members. Now that he's president, I'm sure he can always use his influence to also rein them in. When I say rein in now, call them together and listen to them. It's very, very important. If you notice, even the APC leadership, they've been backtracking a bit. You saw that Adamu has been telling even Tajuddin Abbas that, look, this is not the time for you to parade yourself as the House of Reps speaker. You have not become speaker yet. I think he even told Akpabio that, look, you need to do the job. You need to go and convince, the senators to vote for you. You are not Senate president yet. So I think that whatever the APC has done, that some of us think was just an error, an initial error, can still be corrected, by really, bringing everybody together and making them understand that, look, we're not trying to be too influential. We're not trying to dominate you or control your activities. We are only just interested in knowing the people we want to work with as principal officers. And again, the 4 positions are supposed to be, principal offices. You also have presiding officers, the chief whip, majority leader, and some other positions, and that will still be negotiated. Politicians have a way of negotiating these things. But the reality is that, look, it needs to, again, the best way to get the assembly on his side is to assure them in the way he relates with them that, look, he respects their independence as an arm of government. That is very, very important. And that will be in the way he allows them do their job, function, and even choose their leaders. I agree with you that, the idea of trying to impose people on the assembly was, for me, an avoidable error. But these are errors that can still be corrected.
All right, thank you very much. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, and you are hooked up to the inauguration coverage, especially the presidential inauguration. Of course, we have a new president in person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while former President Muhammadu Buhari has vacated the Eagle Square. And what's ongoing right now is cultural display. We had the parade earlier on. We have cultural display. Also here in Lagos, what we have currently going on at TBS is the acceptance speech of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. That's what we have that's ongoing right now at TBS. So we have Okweyemi Akiyonde on ground. We have Kunle Daniel, also known as Jaydan, on ground. We have Eric Lemibe also on ground. Okay, so we will be connecting with them much later on as they give a summary, because I think that's a wrap, because the rain has really scouted a lot of things for the inauguration here in Lagos State.
You got to go to Abuja, so I'm sure it's going to be a very sharp, fast one.
I think they're done, because he's given his acceptance speech already. So they're putting things together, especially with the rain that seem to have
even without the rain, I'm sure he's so eager to be in Abuja.
It's almost 12, so you can still make.
It's been a long day, yeah.
It's a party. It's a party already, at Eagle Square. It's a party already ongoing there. So it's celebration time, I guess. We'll be opening up the phone line very soon. But before then, we'll take a very short break. We have what we have now is 4 minutes. It's almost 4 minutes to 12. All right. So far we were able to cover the presidential inauguration, which was quite seamless and smooth. And also we'll be having conversations much later on in the afternoon where we're having our analysts, on air, giving do some sort of agenda setting for the incoming administration. What's to expect for the
new administration?
For the incoming administration.
For the new
administration. It's no longer incoming.
It will take time for us to get into the mood.
Thank you so much. For the new administration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And yes, what's to expect in the first 100 days? Matthew Okodwa said something earlier that before the end of today, we should know the name of the new SGF. We should know the name of the new chief of staff because those are the people who set things rolling, in the presidential villa, yes, at the presidency. All right, so there's a whole lot to expect. Of course, we've always had that conversation. I think everyone, the conversation has always been, okay, what is, I think they chose the right mantra, if you ask me. Yes, if you ask me, that's the APC during their campaigns, because right now there's a lot of people that are very, very, they don't know where to be at this time now. Oh, well, it's still APC, so what are we supposed to expect? But then there are some people that will come forward and say, oh, it's a new person, let's give him an opportunity and let's see what he has to do. But don't you think that the next 100 days is going to be a very, very tight one for the new president?
Well, a tight one, but the first 100 days will also give a clear idea of
what's to
the direction of the government, what's to come, really, because that's the first 3 months plus 10 days. If we want to calculate it that way, of course, I'm sure that in the first 100 days we'll have made these ministerial nominations known. So
hopefully we don't have to wait another 6 months.
No, we can't. We will not get that. I'm hoping that we're not going to see a situation like that. But again, it is what it is. We have a new president. We are hopeful, cautiously optimistic about the prospects. But like someone said yesterday, he's condemned to perform. He has no other choice than to perform and at least get Nigerians rolling again.
That's very interesting. He's condemned to perform. Matthew also said something earlier, that something you have been preparing for all your life is definitely you must have things put in place. The moment he got
the motivation, what was motivating you in the first place? Yeah.
The moment he got the ticket under the umbrella of the APC, he must have started, thinking, putting things in perspective and, say, okay, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Of course, the elections will influence a lot of his decisions, but then there's a whole lot to expect. There's a whole lot that we're going to be seeing from President, who is Pudi Asiwaju in?
If you want to, but I think I should just go with President Tinubu is in order.
I'm trying to get that for President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
President Bola Tinubu is in order.
President Bola Tinubu, exactly. That's just on the lighter note. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. When we come back, we'll be having our analysts joining in via the phone line. We'll also open up our phone line. We'll also open the text message and WhatsApp message. But we'd like to hear your own part, as regards what to expect from the new president, the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Now, that's very important that we put all of that into perspective. All right, and this is still Milan 98.3 FM. We have Sahid Fuhad here. Sage Babalola is here. My name is Omobola Sandra. We'll be right back.
Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos.
as a people with one song, with one voice, we're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come, and for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Nigeria, 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 Nigeria. Say we only have. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there someday. Can somebody sing with me? We'll defend our land. We believe in this our nation, Nigeria, and the promises she holds. But Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me saying, we're a great nation.
Mainland FM 98.3.
We are the future. We are the dream. We are the nation. We are part of this. Yes, we are so amazing. That's the least we shall be. At the heart of the nation, changing history. How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. When we have nowhere else to run to, we have nowhere else to go. So get out of the way of the land of our dreams. We are the nation, we are part of this. Oh, oh. We are the nation, we are part of this. Whoa. Carry the song, carry the sound. The future is here. The future is here. Goodbye yesterday, tomorrow is now for the taking. The future is here. The future is here. I am the future. I am the future. I am the dream. Whoa. I am the nation. I am part of this. Yes, I am so amazing. That's the least I shall be. At the heart of the nation, changing history. How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. When we have nowhere else to run to, we have nowhere else to go. So get out of the way of the land of my dreams. I am the nation. I am part of this. So get out of the way of the land of my dreams. I am the nation. I am part of this. Whoa. Carry the song, carry the sound. The future is here. The future is here. Goodbye yesterday, tomorrow is now for the taking. The future is here. The future is here. Raise your hands in the air if you believe the future has come now. The future is here. The future is here. This is our country. The future is here. The future has come.
Mainland FM 98.3.
A child in the distance, playing in the rain. The sweet sound of water flowing away. A construction worker coming home from work. Two parents and their children going to church. A happy little baby rolls on your shirt. What an extraordinary day. Let us have a world of ordinary people living life the way God wants. wants us to. And if we have a world of ordinary people, extraordinary things will happen to me and you. Just a man, but he'd kill his son for the price of a lamb. And let us consider ordinary Joe, who lost it all, but in God had his hope.
few days, but then we'll get used to the fact that we now have a new president in person of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also our Vice President Kashim Shettima. And the inauguration is still going on, of course. The oath taking has already been done. In fact, former President Muhammadu Buhari is no longer at Eagle Square in Abuja. He has made his way out of the premises. As it is, it's just entertainment, for the current administration going on as we're watching it live this very moment. But not to worry, if anything, special happens, we'll definitely connect directly to the program happening at Eagle Square in Abuja. You've heard a lot of things. Myself and Omobola Sandra have had conversations with Matthew Kodua and Fuad Said over the course of about 3-4 hours that we've been on air. We've asked questions of our analysts. They've provided answer. In fact, they have gone on as well to prescribe certain strategies for this new administration. We've highlighted the problems. This is the problem. This is what I think should be done. These are some of the key conversations that the present administration should be having at this time. The issue of inclusion, the issue of disunity that somehow, because of the last election, found a way in our midst. We saw a lot of tribalism. We saw people, the ethnic divide in the country was further broadened, which democracy is something that kicks against a divide. If anything, democracy seems to is there to harmonize us. But for some reason or whatever reason, a lot of people decided to see themselves as different entity, and we lost sense of that idea of one Nigeria. And most of our analysts have said that if he's going to succeed in this administration, the first thing, of course, to do is to bring back the conversation of unity. I'm the president of the nation. I'm not the president of one tribe, one ethnic group, or one religious body. I am the president of the country, and whether or not we like it, regardless of our tribe, our ethnicity, the language we speak, or the faith that we believe in, we are first Nigerians before we are anything else. So let's talk about your expectations now. Let's talk about what strategies you think he needs to put in place to ensure that this regime favors every single one of us, again, regardless of the things that make us different, regardless of our diversity. So it's time for us to open the phone lines. It's time for you to be our analyst this morning, although we still have a list of analysts that would be joining us further in the conversation to, talk to us, give us some sort of professional perspective into the matter. Power has finally changed hands. Would your perspective of leadership in the country be different now that we have a different person? Yes, it might be the same party, but this is a different entity. This is a different personality. What exactly do you think should be the first move by this current administration? They said they will hit the ground running. As they hit the ground, what exactly do you think they should run towards as the first step now that power is in their hands? Don't forget that we're streaming live on social media, Facebook, YouTube. We're streaming live. You can also drop your contributions on there. 0913 6000 410 is the studio line. Let's go now and take our phone calls. Hello, good morning to you. Hello, you are live. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. We can barely hear you. Do you mind speaking up or speaking directly to your speaker?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we can work with this. Go ahead.
This is Mohammed. I'm calling from Ikeja.
All right, welcome, Mohammed. Go on.
Okay, I heard the other guy was saying that the new president has to get a political solution to the northeast,
southeast. Yeah.
They have to go and sit down and make the economic blueprint to them and all this. So, what do you mean by that? This is supposed to be all for all Nigeria, not the one section of the country. What about the way the northerners? What does he have for us? He has to go and do it with something to us as well. He should come and tell us what he's going to do to us. Yeah, you could come and sit down with us. We have lots of problems also. Isn't it? We voted for him as well. So people that they don't even vote for you and they are saying that they should go and sit down with them. What kind of issue is this?
But he was talking.
He started now he's doing this.
No.
People are advising him to do that.
Mohammed, Would you
You
please?
should go around the country all over the place, not only one section of the country. Go and sit down with them and discuss with them.
Mohammed,
We have problem also.
Mohammed, we were
Yes,
talking,
I'm listening.
that is one part of a very lengthy conversation. We were talking about disunity and the problems of the Southeast specifically in that moment. He did not say that the North should be neglected or nothing like that. We asked the question specifically about what's going on in the Southeast, and he says there might be a need to sit down with them and talk to them, but that does not necessarily translate to the North or the South or other geopolitical zones to be
No, what I'm
neglected.
trying
You
to say that
understand?
you people that bring in this issue, the issue should be every part of the country has a problem, economic problem as well. So you should come and sit down with us as well. What I'm saying is that the way you people are talking, this thing is going to bring the problem. This unity of the issue that you're talking about. Please, they should take notice from now on. We don't want any problem more. Nobody will come and tell us that we cannot sit down with us. We will not come and do. We just cut up like that.
Thank you,
We will not
Mohammed.
take it.
Thank you. Yes, please. I really would like that we are very open-minded when we're interpreting the conversations that are being had on radio. Now, we asked our analyst a specific question. We know that there's agitation in the Southeast. Like we said before, we know that the idea of marginalization has propelled a movement, something of a separatist movement that has somewhat become violent. Even Southeasterners are not left out there. Some of them are victims of this agitation as well, and some people has even overtaken the movement. So we asked the question about the problems going on in the Southeast. So what might be the solution? And our analysts did say that sit down with them, sit down with stakeholders in the Southeast, have conversations with them. What exactly is the problem and how can I help? That does not in any way mean that the problem in the Northeast would be ignored. That's not what they're saying at all. They're just saying address the issues one after the other. Talk to the Southeast, go to the North and talk to them. Come to the South. What is the problem of the South? So that they know that you're here for everybody. All right. That's what we're saying. We just want to. I would just like to clarify that so that that false narrative doesn't fly as we continue to take our contribution. We do have Fuad Said is already here with us in the studio. Fuad, it would seem like the conversation we had before has been misunderstood. I've done the best I can to clarify, but if you would like to make a comment, please.
Okay, well, again, I really didn't hear what the caller said because again, again, I think for sake of emphasis again about agitations in the Southeast.
Yeah.
And what I've said is that look, the agitation is not new. Post-Civil War conversation in Nigeria has always been there about whether really we've been able to integrate the Southeast properly into Nigeria, or whether we've been able to give them a sense of belonging as an entity. And that conversation has always been there, but the only thing was that maybe Nnamdi Kanu brought it really to that point where it became a major issue. And of course, we're having these agitations from IPOB, the killings and all of that. And you rightly said, the insecurity in the Southeast has not even left the Southeasterners out.
Yeah.
Majorly, they've been the ones bearing the brunt of the killings and all of that. And what I've said is that, look, the president-elect has a job to do in unifying the country. And the best way to do it is to give them that sense of belonging. The first thing is a political solution.
Right.
Very, very important. And of course, I give the example of the late Yar'Adua when he came in.
And the amnesty deal.
And the amnesty that he gave to the South, the fact that he was able to sit down with them, create a program, and to a great extent, I think the unrest in the South, because then that was the height of agitation.
Yes.
It was the killing, the kidnapping, the bombing of pipelines and all of that. So he was able to get a political solution, and that doused the unrest in the South. So we can look at that model again. Who are the agitators? What are they saying? Sit down with them. I think I've seen Southeasterners, their leaders, saying that, look, release this guy to us, would find a way to really rein it in and ensure that we have peace, come back to that region. If that's what will bring peace. Because when it comes to peace, really, you can bring everything to the table.
Yes.
And I'm saying that, look, there can be a political solution to the agitation. Now, in terms of development,
right.
I also mentioned that, look, there are people who even say that, look, why is it that it's only the Southeast that has 5 states when others have 6 and the Northwest has 7? That in itself does not speak to proper inclusion, does also raises the question of equality, and we must address it. Very, very important.
Right.
If that will also solve the problem of equality, and then have a development master plan for the entire Southeast. But that cannot be done alone by the president. He has to work with the governors, the business community, the traditional rulers. There's a way you sell an agenda. This is what I have as an agenda for the Southeast in terms of proper development. But he has to work with the political entity on ground, the traditional rulers and business class to sell his agenda to them. So that's what I'm saying.
Mohammed was just saying that, that we paid a lot of attention to the Southeast, that there's also problems in the North. So we only advising that he has conversations with the Southeast. And I'm saying that's not what we're saying.
No, I've talked about the North too. Because again, of course, there's a lot of developmental issues in the North too. And whatever agenda, you can have regional development agenda.
Yes.
Again, we are waiting to hear really from the president, from the new president. These were questions we would have raised during the campaigns. But unfortunately, we were inundated with sloganeering, all manner of distractions and all of that. We can have what you call a regional development agenda, Southwest development agenda, and you list what you want to achieve for the Southwest. You look at the Southeast. This is the Southeast regional agenda. These are the things I want to achieve.
Let's do that.
You have the Northeast regional agenda, taking into consideration the peculiarities of each region.
Right.
What you call the comparative analysis. Okay, in the North, this is what I'm supposed to do because this is what they have. The North Central, for example, is almost like the food basket of the country.
Yes.
What do I want to do? What do I want to
agriculture
and all of that. The Southwest, what do I do with Lagos? Okay, what do I do with Ogun State and all of that? So we can have all of that conversation. And again, it's about planning, it's about inclusion, and the desire to govern for everybody in the country.
Fuad, let's continue to take phone calls. I feel like our callers will probably be upset with me. I am so sorry. I just needed to make sure that we lay the proper foundation. All right, let's go back to taking phone calls. Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Your name, please.
My name is Ambrose.
Oh, Pastor Ambrose. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Fuad.
Good afternoon, Pastor Ambrose.
Well, there is a new sheriff in town. Like Okwe will always say, all things being equal, he's been sworn in, and we have to accept that reality. I want to ask, the last caller, where was he for 8 years? We didn't hear his voice when there were killings in Jos. Up to the last moment, killings in Benue, killings in Kaduna South. All these places are the North. We never heard his voice. I think it is dawning on him now that the reality is that power has shifted. And I think we should realize that Nigeria belongs to all of us. If somebody has ruled for 8 years and he could not stop certain things, and Fuad will come up and say, I think that the Southeast should have some development, whatsoever. What is wrong with that? Aren't we all one Nigeria? And as we are talking now, we are looking forward to, a better Nigeria. And I keep saying my own. I am neither here nor there until I see the appointment and until I see the direction of this government. When Buhari came into office, I was always going to radio station, celebrating it. So I don't want Nigeria to fail. I don't want to travel out of this country, maybe for my children. I want to see a better Nigeria. I am not pessimistic, but at the same time, I am not excited. The direction of this president as of today will tell me where we are going to. But I want to appeal to him that his appointment and whatever decisions that he's taking, according to his wife, they don't need Nigeria's money. They should please put Nigeria first.
Pastor Ambrose,
and ensure that the right people, are in government so that Nigeria can, move forward. We have gone backward.
Thank you. Hello, good morning to you. Hello? Oh, we lost that call. Please try to make it back if you can. Please, it's still the same 2 minutes. A lot of calls will come in today, as you know. So please, we really don't like interrupting people whilst they're talking, but be conscious of the time. 2 minutes, get all your points across. We appreciate you. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yes, I greet you this afternoon.
Bature, good afternoon.
I greet you. Bature from Mushodia.
Welcome.